Yeah! I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 50 million souls live in this realm without much hope. Not too
Here, starting out with Elysium versus TPO Esports, who hopefully at some point the logo of which on the production side of things won't give us trouble, but that is who's going up against TPO this week. I'm Isaac. Joining me alongside today is Rue for these two series upcoming here today.
Yeah, and some series there'll be. I'm not sure they'll quite live up to yesterday, as both went the full distance and gave us plenty of heart attacks along the route. But we'll have to see over the course of the evening if Elysium matching up against TPO will quite have the same standing as we saw yesterday. That Spire TSI series was a little bit nuts.
Yeah, and on the front of Elysium, they are obviously the finalists of the last, or at least the first two Blue Water Premier League seasons, obviously winning that first ever Blue Water Premier League. But despite that, their roster this time around looking very different to what it was before. A completely new look for Elysium Esports. Turbo Flyer in the top lane, Mango in the jungle, Star Burrito, Reckoning ADC, Relic support, no returning members, no likes of Watercat or Augusta Posey will be coming through to be able to hopefully push Elysium to another final once again on the side of TPO Esports. This is their first season in Blue Otter Premier League, so we'll see how they stack up as a new org coming in. But we are ready for draft this time around, and straight away, Mel is going to be banned by Elysium, targeting the champion pool of Judy Hops.
I think that's just a good battle around, right? It's annoying. I think there's no reason to play up against it if you're not comfortable with it. I think that just take it out. Don't allow it, especially when it can be so dominating as well over such a simple lane as mid sometimes turns out to be. The Brawn banned away as well, and best is taken away on the other side of things.
Yeah, and best of one that is kind of been in the meta quite a bit. One that both Mango and Turbo Flyer play a lot of, so it's a bit of a double ban. They're not going to have to face it either way. Going to take away that flexibility, but the Fiora taken off the board of the side of TPO Esports. Not going to want Turbo Flyer to have that champion notoriously really big Fiora player, and even though Fiora maybe not the most blindable champion ever, certainly one that Turbo Flyer can definitely do a ton of damage on Volibear, and also going to round out the bans here alongside the Seraphine as Ari is very quickly locked in on the side of Elysium.
Just guaranteeing that there for Burrito plays a lot of games of Ari, hasn't played much else in solo queue this year, so guaranteeing him his comfort champ there. Exactly what Elysium have gone for. The other side of things, you can try and pick into the Ari if you want to. You can just take a dependable top laner that you feel pretty comfortable with now, especially with the Fiora ban. Gwen, kind of, I won't say unstoppable, but you're kind of unchecked in some regards, right? With the Fiora gone, there's not too many counters to Gwen at the best of times. You can mitigate it with a tank, but the Fiora is the real big issue that you come up against a lot of times. Now you just have to worry about potentially really annoying range matchups or just getting outscaled.
Yep, and speaking of scaling, it's going to be even more so on the side of TPO Esports, locking in the Smolder, notoriously getting that infinite scaling, and obviously once you hit the 215 stack mark, becomes gets that execute and becomes fully online. But the response from Elysium going to be picking up the Ezreal definitely seems like they will probably quickly follow up with the Karma. Actually, hold on, no, they have not locked it in yet. I spoke a little bit prematurely, but there it finally goes through. Elysium going to be picking up that extra range for themselves, picking up their ADC response. Yeah, I'm going to feel surely they just lock in Karma here, right?
I'd expect it, but it's like not a guarantee. I guess lots of enchanters pretty good right now. Depends where you feel your personal prior is. It looks like it's going to be the Nami instead. I was just having a look. Relics, I mean, for all the enchanters that he's played a lot of this year, Seraphine obviously at the highest, got banned away. But his next highest is Nami. The rest of them, he's only got kind of one or two games, and he hasn't got any that I can see on the Karma. So maybe not as comfortable as he is on something like the Nami. And it's just a great pick right now. Like, it's basically uncounterable. She's just far enough away to really be a menace, as it's changed up the dynamic quite a lot here.
Uh,
Interesting. TPO
Ooh.
hovering, locking in the Ornn,
Ooh.
sending the Gwen into
Okay.
the jungle, breaking that flex very early on. I wasn't convinced that it even was a flex, but they just got rid of it instantly. And they said, you know what? We don't care. We're not going to hide anything back. We're just going to blind our top laner on 3.
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting choice, especially since getting in that Ornn. I mean, a lot of the strength come from picking Gwen that early would be the flexibility that it brings. I know Singular Bread plays it a lot more than Notorious does, so it was more likely going to be into the jungle anyway, based on the players that TPO Esports has. But opting to go for an Orange so quickly is a bit of an interesting choice, and they continue to ban out Turbo Flyer's champion pool with the Mordekaiser, with the Darius. Clearly, they don't want Turbo Flyers starting to run away with this game on the side of TPO Esports.
Yeah, especially when you have the Ornn as well. Like, the one thing that you should be able to do is hold on, but you want to make sure you get rid of some of those really annoying matchups where it's quite difficult to do that, right? So I think only real thing left would be something like the Garen, which will be interesting to see if Elysium wants to go towards. It's committing quite heavily towards that style of pushing on the side lane and then ignoring the team fights, as that's kind of the opposite here of what TPO are looking towards, right? We can see from their comp so far, more than happy to play front to back. They got some amazing engage, they got some great tankiness on the front line, and the follow up is just insane, right? Gwen plus Smolder, already great follow up. Now, whatever they take on mid, or even if they want to flex the Smolder's mid, if it's a nice match with Ari perhaps, they're going to be absolutely solid.
Ooh, okay. Riven locked in on the side of Elysium, quickly followed up by Sejuani without any sort of hesitation. Riven for Turbo Flyer, not one I saw a ton of, at least in their solo queue games this year, but definitely one that you can look to take over games on, and definitely fits the style of champion that Turbo Flyer plays a lot of.
Yeah, well, as I said, I was thinking much more about the Garen for this idea of just win your lane and hope that your lead can spread out to the rest of the game. But I mean, this is completely solid still. I think pairing it with the Sejuani, I have maybe a slight little issue with, because now you're kind of splitting your priority, right? You've got your top lane who just wants to be in the top lane, making everything else like a 4v4. But I mean, your Sejuani is now, if it becomes that 4v4, the only melee in that fight. And suddenly you get a lot less value, especially when the Aurora comes on the other side of things. The damage coming onto the Sejuani from both the Smolder on the AD side and then the Sejuani, sorry, the Gwen and the Aurora from the AP side, you don't really have a solid itemization choice. You can build health, but it's going to get deleted by the percentage that Smolder deals, right? There's no good outcome here for the front line of Elysium. And I think taking 4v4s looks to be their idea with the Riven top. But now, as I say, your Sejuani is basically alone.
Yeah, and without, I think, the extra melee champs around her to be able to follow up on it, definitely where Sejuani succeeds the most. That being said, Elysium does have the ability to keep TPO at range with the likes of the Ezreal and the Ahri to kind of dance things around a bit, especially in the early game. It does take a bit for the Smolder to come online, same as the Gwen in the early and mid game, especially the mid game, once Ezreal gets his tier and usually the Triforce available. So when he starts to come online, and considering there's not a lot of early damage outside of the Aurora on the side of TPO Esports, you could definitely look to see Elysium. I mean, that's really what they're going for, to be able to take over this game, to garner themselves lead, and then get that point. Don't look back. Don't allow the Smolder to get to his insane point. Don't allow Orange to start giving the ornaments over, and once Gwen hits 3 items, it becomes really difficult. But if you don't let them get there, I mean, then who cares?
Yeah, this is very much so a we need 3 winning lanes type of game for Elysium to have that snowball potential, right? You need to be cracking turrets, you need to be destroying plates, farming up better than your opponents, pushing them under, getting those towers down, and getting the gold into your inventories as fast as possible. You have the opportunity to do that, right? Riven into Ornn should be pretty solid. I mean, Ornn can't really do much unless you get caught in a random kill timer that Ornn sometimes has. Just gotta be a little bit careful with that, but the rest of the time should be fine. Ezreal army, double ranged into the Nautilus. going to be absolutely fine to keep pushing them back, especially with the Smolder as well, unable to keep up, especially in the early game. My real question comes down to this Ari and the Aurora matchup. I'm not convinced that it's that Ari favored. I think Aurora might be able to stabilize that one a good bit, at which point then the Gwen can come in and help equalize maybe another lane, or maybe even both. Elysium, they need to help out in their mid through their jungle, and I personally don't know if Sejuani is the best champion for that type of a game. I think if you want to just win for the Ari and then let the rest of the map do their thing in the lanes, something like a Wukong could have gone crazy here.
Or something like the vibe. But either way, Sejuani is the choice for Elysium. What they are going to be looking to play off of Mango on that champ. Let's see, especially once they hit level 6 with that snap engage, if they can find the ability on the Sejuani to help facilitate these 4v4s that we're looking for out of Elysium, or if TPO esports can scale up to a point where they become nigh on unstoppable. Either way, we will see once we load onto the Rift after this short spectator delay, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes. We are ready to go here in game one, a little bit deep into game one, 1 minute in. Looks like there was some trading in the bottom lane. Pink Penguin already taking a decent chunk out, especially level 1 into the ranged v melee matchup. But before that, I mean, we're looking for Elysium with their draft to start to take over my eyes. Drift over to a few of these runes, but doesn't look like there's too many surprises there just yet.
Pretty default from everyone here. No one going all too crazy, but there's a little bit of a crazy trade here from Turbofire. Just abusing the fact that at level 1, similar to Aatrox, you just have multiple abilities, right? Compared to a lot of other champions, we don't have very much. Notorious on the Ornn. Now, against level 2, already forced a flash in the top lane. And when you've brought Exhaust instead of a TP, that is a huge loss early on.
Yeah, it will mean that Notorious will have a much more difficult time get back into lane if they are forced out. Doesn't even have access to the spellbook to be able to pick that up for themselves. Obviously, Grap's going to be typically more useful anyway, but going to have some issues there, especially now as Turbo Flyer has picked up the Ignite as well. Going to be, continuing on with this theme that Elysium is going for to dominate this game early on. And I feel that Turbo Flyer, with a bit of an early recall, a bit of a cheater, will be coming back with the extra boots. Hold on, Judy Hobbs slashing forward, gets the first blood onto Star Burrito. TPO Esports starting out with some extra aggression themselves. Star Burrito talking about no teleports as well. Will have to walk all the way back to lane. Will miss out on a few of those minions before we get to that. Naysayer hooked in. He'll use immediately by the Nami. It's not enough damage to quite find the kill onto the Nami just yet. Flash forward from Pink Penguin tries to get the CC onto Naysayer. Does. But not quite close enough for Yuumi Fanfic to follow up.
Yeah, and that's a Nami. At the end of the day, she doesn't really care, right? Just press W on herself for a little bit, cost her some mana. But Naysayer going to be absolutely fine. Someone less fine, though, is Star Burrito just getting absolutely run over in the mid lane. Didn't expect to see that coming in that early on, but not respecting the pure burst that Aurora sometimes has. You land the full combo, using the flash to get in range, the electrocute on top of everything else, guaranteeing the kill for the Aurora. And then at that point, Star Burrito flashing basically after being already dead is just an unfortunate add-on on top of everything else, and that really does change the dynamic of this game, right? We were talking during the draft and during the break about how it really is like the scaling of one side compared to the winning lanes of the other, right? Elysium, they need these winning lanes to be winning, and it's happening in bot, it's happening in top, but it needs to happen in mid as well to get those three winning lanes.
It's a good
really
bubble, landing its way onto Pink Penguin, though, to cancel out the dredge line away. Not quite going to find the kill onto the Nautilus, but took him very dangerously low. Will force a recall out of the support at the very least. At least you would hope to see that at some point. Before we get to that, back in the mid lane, Judy Hops completely ignoring the wave, making sure Star Burrito pushed out even more than they were before.
Nice combo, Notorious. Unfortunately, very low on mana, even with the Sapphire Crystal in his infantry. Pink Penguin, you can't walk out of that.
Hooks in onto Dilly, but Pink Penguin's way too low. Flash forward from Dilly, secures the kill. The barrier will to keep him alive for a little bit longer. Yuumi Fanfic eventually gets the kill onto Dilly. And so they will trade that back 1 for 1. Importantly, getting Smolder an extra kill for themselves.
Yeah, I think it's good to try and advance late state here as the Ezreal. I understand exactly what he's going for. It's just maybe a little bit too aggressive. I think it's a good punish, but I'm not sure you need to be going under the turret at that point. Even forcing the base, making the Smolder play 1v2, and then pushing the wave under. That's going to get you more of an advantage in the lane than taking that 1 for 1.
My second win.
And it was also a really good option from Naysayer to hold the wave where it was. We'll recall a little bit later. We'll take a little bit to get back on the map after Pink Penguin, but it does hold that bot lane in a freeze, or at least should hold that right in front of the tower range. And considering the extra strength that you would expect Dilly and Naysayer have to early on, that this raid will stay right here for Dilly and Naysayer for the foreseeable future, unless, of course, Pink Penguin lands a hook down onto Dilly and takes him quite low.
Yeah, and that's just not respecting the fact that you're still in the 1v2 for a little bit more, right? Naysayer just about to get there, but not there yet, and unfortunately, just walking too far forward there from Dilly. Didn't have the arcane shift to get out of that one. Nice hook under there by the Pink Penguin. Really good use of that time from his point of view to get a little bit of chip damage. Now that he forced to be a lot more passive in the lane. And while we're talking about winning lanes being the priority, it's now quite difficult for Elysium to really get anything going in their favor. The early Drake looks like it's going against them. So bot push is being contested. The Sejuani only able to just go through the lane right now. Both junglers level 5. Not quite at the ultimates yet, but Singular Bread doesn't want to 50-50 that Drake, especially the bot push going the way it was.
Star Burrito also closer to the Drake as well. Would have taken some time for the rest of TPO Esports to collapse onto the other members of Elysium. So a bit of a wise choice from Singular Bread not to go through. But Dilly getting a little bit too far forward once again, eating another hook from Pink Penguin, who chips out Ezreal a little bit more and keeps things more comfortable for this smolder to scale.
Yeah, and that's the really important part, right? Even while, okay, he's down a bit of CS, he's still got his stacks already going pretty alright. He's going to keep on climbing, of course, as the game does continue. And another hook.
Another hook lands its way onto Naysayer, gets very low. Glacial Prison not quite going to hit the mark as Yumi Shantic flaps away, but he's not going to get away far enough. Dilly picks up his second kill of the game. Pink Penguin going to use a dredge line to get away. Not quite. Two-shot barrage goes just wide of Pink Penguins. Won't be 2 kills for Dilly, and I actually apologize. The kill earlier in that 2v2 did go the way of Naysayer, so it is only Dilly's first kill of the game. Either way, successful play to the side of Elysium as they pick up the Drake.
Great gank timer found by Mango there, and abusing the fact that Pink Penguin have been hitting so many hooks, right? You finally get to punish it, but it comes at a cost of losing yet another.
Hawks going to go between worlds, going to do their best to try to set up Singular Bread. But Sarbrito just going to ult away, and all the while Turbo Flyer going to get the flash out of Notorious TLP once again, and the exhaust on top of it. So, again, more troubles for the Orin in the top lane. They do have Singular Bread nearby to at least alleviate some of the pressure for him to clear and eventually come back to lane with full health. Star Burrito flashes forward, going to charge. Judy hops out of the hop away, and the W from Naysayer is the one that finds the kill. The tidal wave finds the knockup onto 2, but Singular Bread close enough. Needlework dropping down, and the final auto attack secures the kill on Star Burrito. Another good hook from Pink Penguin. Has not missed throughout this game, but Singular Bread going to be CC'd by the charging Sejuani. Mango going to be the one to secure the kill with the help of the tower, and a good Aqua Prison finds way onto Pink Penguin. Dredge line away will be followed up with the stun. But Mango a little bit too far away to secure the kill onto the Nautilus.
I mean, I like the idea looking at on that hook, but once you do the damage onto Naysayer, that is the end of the play. You can't send it even deeper, especially when you expect when one jungler is around the area. Typically, the other one isn't too far behind. That follows suit this time around. Mango turns it around for his side once more. Unfortunately, a lot of the gold so far has ended up on Naysayer, but I think overall, you're completely fine with that, right? It's an Enchanter, it's not a tank like the Nautilus. We saw yesterday a disgusting amount of kills ending on the tank support. This time around, it's fine, right? It's landing on Enchanter, they'll be able to spend that gold, and it could be very useful for the rest of your team. A lot of empowering abilities courtesy of this Na'Vi. It's going to look to push even more aggressively in the bot lane as a result.
Yeah, and with the grubs picked up, we said another hook lands went out to Pink Penguin, buffered really well by Dilly. Aftershock going to prevent a lot of that damage. Coming back around, and a good sidestep on the Aqua Prison means Pink Penguin doesn't really lose too much health in the end, but talking about that extra push in the bot lane that Dilly Naysayer are going for, will have the access to the grubs. It will be doing more damage to that bot lane tower. Will look to try to crack it open and be able to access that Drake, which is spawning up in the next 2.5 minutes with a lot more ease than the side of TPO.
And that's exactly what we expected to have in draft, right? With the lanes looking how they are, right? You have an Ornn, a Neutralizer into a good solid counter pick there for Turbofly. He's looking to accelerate his own game. He hasn't managed to do so through kills just yet, but building a very solid CS lead right now of about 5 waves worth, building a very nice gold lead for himself. As we look down towards mid lane, it's maybe not been as pretty of a picture. Star Burrito, of course, getting solo killed early on would tend to do that. Judy Hope's done a nice job mitigating, but we head down to bot lane, and it's more of the same as we saw at top, right? It's a slow, gradual lead being built upon and then built upon. Pink Penguin walking up in the river right now, and it's basically a 1v3.
Yeah, already landed a hook, and the layering of the CC means Ping Ping can't quite get away. Will actually live for a little bit while longer. Singular Bread arrives, dropping the needlework onto Dilly. May have gone a bit too far, doesn't do just enough damage just yet. Ping Penguin with another hook, finding his way onto Mango, but from downtown, Dilly going to pick up a kill for himself. Singular Bread also getting Ping Penguin double kill now to Dilly, dropping onto Yumi Fanfic. Exactly what Elysium had ordered.
Oh, I was very sad that I looked up instead of just watching what was happening in front of me. A nice play in the 3v3, but that was so very nearly not a 3v3. And I think if Judy's able to turn up there and turn that play around.
And the tower dive comes through. Notorious too low. Didn't have the exhaust for Turbo Flower. Just drops the ignite, secures a solo kill. The first one for the Ribbon of the game.
Probably going to beat the ignite, to be fair. You use the ignite to get through the exhaust because obviously true damage cannot be mitigated the same way. Fabrico very aggressive taking the wave right now, but able to just about get out of his time round. Yeah, I'm just sad. Judy tried to make it over the wall with the Between Worlds, but he just walked around the long way. He has Scuttle Crab to get in there even faster. Just use the ult, and that's such a fight turner. He turns up before the Ari, even without item, as Star Burrito has. That's another thing I'd like to see Judy Hobbs do right now. Please base for your Ludens. You've been sat on these components for a little bit too long, in my opinion. If Star Burrito is down 100 CS, down 10 CS rather, and down a kill, there's no way that he should have first item.
And he'll finally recall now, does complete Ludens as prescribed by Rue. Won't have that little extra bit of power, but if talking about the team as a whole, Elysium picking up a ton of their first items right about now. The Ezreal will be doing a decent amount, especially with that Triforce. The extra tier stacking up means got the extra mana to queue away mercilessly and endlessly. Meanwhile, Imperial Mandate, also completed by Naysayer, will be enhancing the damage that Elysium do on anybody Naysayer tags. So with that extra strength they have in their inventory, 4k up, this Drake will be going away, but so the side of TPO turn their attention to the top lane of Turbo Flyer, get him down to half HP, won't quite be able to find the kill just yet. Do their best to try to get a response onto the Drake take from the side of Elysium, who are starting to stack them up now to unanswered, but won't be able to find much there.
This is exactly what Elysium needs to do, right? When they have these winning lanes, you have push through bot, push through mid. You have to, and I actually mean have to get these early breaks. They managed to do that so far. It's not going to be the quickest of souls. The first Drake taking about 3 minutes to be taken, so small little pick of salt in there, but overall very solid as we get another play of bot.
And a tidal wave finds its way onto Dilly going on a rampage. The exhaust not going to help out Yumi Fanfic at all. Pink Penguin going to find a hook. Bit too late. We move our attention to the top lane. The charge forward finds an knock up onto Turbo Flyer. Needlework gets shut down on the way of the Gwyn. So some gold goes into the hands of Singular Bread, who they'll be looking to hit that important 3-item mark on the Gwyn, which becomes unstoppable in these side lanes. But still, Elysium picking up that bot lane tier 1 as well. Going to be pushing this gold lead now to 5k at 14 minutes.
And the big issue really is through bot, right? That's Dilly now at a 2-item spike, 315 on the Ezreal. It will get a lot stronger once he's able to turn that Mana Mute into Mirror Mana and really end up spiking, but even now, already incredibly strong, and he can just keep on spamming ability after ability. Should be able to base pretty soon as well for his Lucidity boost, so it looks like he might want to take over Rift Herald before he even looks towards that. The Rift Herald should secure their 3rd Drake as well. Soul Point will be very difficult to contest if you use the Rift Herald to play around it. So right now, Elysium in a great place to use these winning lanes to turn it into a winning game.
And Dilly has also completed that bot lane quest. It was a little bit earlier than Yumi Fanfic as well, giving him that extra injection of gold that will help him scale up a little bit faster. Obviously, Yumi Fanfic has completed theirs now as well. That's just a little extra thing, given Elysium further advantage that we'll be looking for them to capitalize on in these next few minutes. Luckily, there's nothing quite on the map, at least in terms of neutral objectives for the next 2.5 minutes. But still, those 2.5 minutes for the side of TPO will be difficult to handle.
I mean, it's just going to keep getting worse as well, right? That's now your top tier 1 taken. You can defend mid pretty staunchly. There's not much to stop you just holding on to that for the time being. But now that those outers are taken, Elysium, they can take their bases. They don't need to go pushing too far. You've already got the waves in a pretty good state. Now is when you should look to collapse on mid, right? You've got the Riven to push out the bot lane. Ari just pushed out top. This is one of your collapse times that you can look for as a team. And this is where you can really punish this small Nautilus for even contesting the mid riot.
They will do now, sending 3 mid Singular Bread, waiting in the wings. Going to run into Star Burrito, and Mango will have to concede. The Scuttle Crab going the way of Elysium. They look to recall now. It's not sure what the look for Singular Bread is on that recall. We'll only pick up a control ward in the process, which I suppose will help in the next minute and a half. But Turbo Flyer going to spot out Judy Hops, will go between worlds to escape. Flash forward from Turbo Flyer, not quite going to find the knock-up. Second cast of the ultimate, not quite going to find its way onto Judy Hops either, but does get the flash out of the Aurora.
Yeah, Richter will play about a minute before the break this time around. Is going to guarantee themselves that outer turret. They're useful in that regard, but trying to crash it towards the tier 2 is very greedy indeed.
Will find the charge down. The hook lands onto Mango. Snip, takes him down a little bit lower. It's going to be the attempt onto the Sejuani. Depth charge on Dilly comes through, and the rest of Elysium has arrived. Dilly is unstoppable. The call of the Forge God only going to hit Mango, and Turbo Flyer collapses down. It's a 5v4. Charms and stuns drop their way through. There's no escape for TPO as another 2 go the way of Elysium. Another 4 in the ace going to be picked up by Elysium. A clean sweep for the blue side, going to pick themselves this mid lane tier 2 tower as well, and this game has been blown wide open. A 9k gold lead, 4k gold swing to the side of Elysium means that it's not quite over technically, but it's definitely much more difficult on the side of TPO to be able to come back.
You can say it if you want to say it. I think it's about there already.
Hey, TPO, I saw what Vedius did yesterday, so we're not. I'm not going to give that one over.
You can see from how they were posturing there, you can see how much they felt like they needed to get a heroic fight already, right? They know this game is slowly slipping away from them, but unfortunately, trying to claw back that losing game, they ended up just sending it further away from themselves, right? They overpush, they overextend, and they just don't have that team fight right now. Singular Break caught out first, and that is a lot of their damage in this phase of the game. Your Smolder is still at 1 item. Your Ornn hasn't even got an item because he's got components about 5 different ones in his inventory. Your Gwen is at 2, but when she's the one that's first to die, you're basically left with absolutely nothing behind it, right? Judy tried her best, but it wasn't anywhere near enough to turn that fight around. And when you walk out from under your towers,
Singular Bread, Naysayer going to hit the blast cone against Singular Bread, really close to Dilly, going to Arcane, chase away, flash forward from Pink Penguin. It's the first hit missed by Pink Penguin. It might be enough for Dilly to survive. It won't as Judy Hops goes between worlds. Naysayer gets the knock up to all 4, but it won't matter. 2 shutdowns go the way of the Aurora on Judy Hops. So signs of life of TPO. Baron spawning in 20 seconds, but Mango's still alive, and the respawn timers on the side of Elysium are still low enough at 20 minutes to where it'll be a very difficult takeaway on the Baron. But they are posturing around it like they might try to take it for themselves. Turbo Flyer actually maybe in a little bit of trouble, does find the stun onto Singular Bread, takes him very low. Gwen is immune, so won't die just yet. Q3 finds his way into Singular Bread, and Turbo Flyer finally able to secure that kill. All the while, Objective Bounty goes the way of TPO, but Turbo Flyer not going to stop their onslaught, but it is an important kill onto Singular Bread, the jungler of TPO, ensuring that any hopes that a Baron takeaway will not be picked up on the side of TPO, and all the while Star Burrito is allowed to push away on the bottom lane and take the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, and that fight on mid, which is where this really all come back from, that was the fight that they thought the previous fight was, right? When they can just go full send because they have numbers against a lack thereof. That was the fight they thought they had the previous time round when they thought, okay, we've got maybe 4v3. we can make this work. This time it's basically a 5v2, and there was no reinforcement. Riven pushing the side lane, on Vision, pushing that top lane. Ari, on Vision, pushing the bot wave. That was your time to go on mid. Push off a
Naysayer
little bit
going to
deep.
land the bubble onto Pink Penguin. The hook away. We'll try to keep him alive for a little bit longer, but there's not much that this Nautilus can do. Isn't the most tanky champion just yet. Will eventually go down with the Glacial Prison from Mango, finding that kill. Mom is called. Finds way onto everyone, which is just not nearly enough damage. Orenhorn called way too late on the side of TPO. Charm finds its way onto Singular Bread as well. We'll have to go immune, but Between Worlds is dropped. Drudy Hops picks up yet another kill, their 4th of the game, to be able to answer one back to the side of TPO, but it is a 4v3 on the map to the side of Elysium. They start up the Baron, and with the way that Singular Bread's going, it will not be contested.
There's no way to contest this, right? It's just an impossible situation that you're now stuck inside of. They do manage to pick one up on the back end of the fight there, just too far forward at that point from Naysayer. I think you can look aggressive early on. You got the picks. That's a great start. Can't still be there when the fight's already starting to dwindle. Effectively under the tier 3, called out, well punished, but doesn't change anything, right? Still Baron going over for Elysium. Still a 9,000 gold advantage, and they still have all the time they could possibly want to get this lane push in before the Drake.
Yep, and they will do, especially without the tier 2 towers of mid and bot lane. Soul Point Drake spawning in a minute and a half. Elysium are just going to push in these mid and bottom waves and then try to deny the vision of TPO, or perhaps they could fight a little bit more because Judy was a little bit far up. Talked about getting far up. Dorado will have to ult away. Singular Bread taking down to half HP. Will go immune for a little bit longer, but Dilly just shifts forward, finds the kill, and now from downtown, the True Shot Barrage going to set up a kill for Turbo Flower. Double kill now drops onto the Nautilus. Notorious's teleport puts him in a ton of trouble, more than it was worth. Orenhorn drops in the middle of everyone, finds a knockup onto 2, but Yuumi Fanfics just pushed way too far away, is just too far behind. And why go for the Drake when you can look to end the game? Elysium picking up 4 kills unanswered with the push in the bottom lane. Yuumi Fanfic the only one left alive, but only now hitting that execute mark on the Smolder is just way too late to answer Elysium, as game 1 comfortably goes the way of the reigning champions of Blue Water Premier League.
Just completely outclassed from start to finish there. They draft for winning lanes to Elysium. They win those lanes, and then beyond that, there's not much else to add, right? It was just a comfortable, slow and gradual walk from start to finish. Elysium never really had to get out of second gear there, and TPO unfortunately find themselves down 0-1 in their opening series in Blue Otter Premier. Not a position I'm sure they'd want to be in, but now they've got to dig themselves out of it.
You know, we'll have to see what TPO changes going into game 2. But I mean, the game really spoke for itself. Elysium, well played in that first one. Obviously, they will have to be able to close this one out, but you know, they take the first strike for themselves. But with that, I think we're going to send it to a break. When we come back, we'll have the draft of game 2 between Elysium and TPO Esports. So don't go anywhere. Oh, we got the logo back up. There it is. Hey, well, perfect timing for that. We'll be able to continue seeing that in a few moments. Welcome back, everyone, for the draft of Game 2 between Elysium and TPO Esports. Game 1 on the side of Elysium very much favored their way. They executed their game plan of having to win early perfectly down to a T, and there was just really no contest in that one, Rue.
Yeah, it was not very pretty. I think a little bit too much scaling perhaps chosen by TPO. Very good punish there from Elysium, able to comfortably take the wins out of bot and top and snowball them into a very early game victory. Even the mid maybe wasn't going as well as they would have wanted. Didn't even matter in the end.
Either way, TPO Esports opting to stay on red side, going to want to counterpick for themselves again. Bans stay exactly the same, run through instantly, so no changes on that front. Not going to want to give the Fiora over to Turbo Flyer, the Ambessa with that flexibility, or the Seraphine on the comfort, and meanwhile, Elysium keeping things, as said, exactly the same, trying out a few of the favored champions on the side of TPO Esports, but the Jinx is instantly locked in on the side of Elysium, and now TPO, considering the champ pool of Yumi fan pick, they got Smolder last around, their most played champion. They're hovering the Yunara now, their second most played. Considering the ADC was already picked on the side of Elysium, I feel this one's going to get locked in, and indeed it does.
Yeah, I think Jinx makes a lot of sense. If game one maybe wasn't your style, even though Elysium ended up winning it very comfortably, this time just can play everything through Diddy, right? He did an amazing job with the Ezreal. Let's focus even more on what he was doing. TPO, not going to take the line down, of course, but not contesting the Lulu, surprisingly enough. Instead, just going the Inara and then taking their mid on 2. This gives Elysium now a chance to either take away that Lulu, if they want to run something like a Jinx Lulu lane. Not the best. You can take a Thresh, which then disincentivizes the Lulu, and then you can also take your mid as well. I think either way round, not too bad for TPO here, but I would like to see them pick that support early, and then they can take mid or jungle on 3.
You know, they lock in the Thresh, a bit of a classic lane for the Jinx, especially as the game goes on. You give a get out of jail free card for your hyper carry. So we'll go for that. And also, you know, just Thresh generally has a lot of utility and a lot of creative things you do with them, whether it's the engage or disengage with the Flay going around the other way. They're going to pick up the Syndra on the B3 pick when he opting that matchup into the Orianna for themselves, real.
Yeah, and that's just basically a I'm going to destroy you when we meet the side lane kind of champion, right? This is the if you want to play Orianna, you might have a fun lane. Good for you. When we meet later on, you're not going to have a chance. And that's something Elysium will be happy to take this one as the game likely to go a little bit later this time, right? Previous game quite short by modern standards. And this time around, choosing to go a bit more scaling in the bot lane. Now choosing to go very strong side lane champ for mid. And I mean, the other side of things, you can try and match up, but they've already taken the Melio with that Yanara instead of the Lulu. I get where they're coming from in terms of not wanting to just go straight away into the Lulu, but at the same time, Lulu exists and it's good. I don't care how annoying Thresh is for your Lulu. I think that sometimes you just got to kind of deal with that and say, I don't care. I want to play Lulu and I want to get this Yanara insanely strong because you probably will be able to do both those things.
Yeah, but the Emilio obviously has access to the breath of life, being able to cleanse out any of the CC that Elysium throws their way. They do have an okay amount of it with the death sentence and the scat of the week coming through, so it's not the worst use of it ever. Also giving Yunara some extra range as well with the Cozy Campfire. Definitely will help out a bit as well, but Vi going to be locked in on the side of TPO Esports. Very quick snap engage and a good ball delivery system for Judy Hopps will be drafted with that pick, but it is also perhaps a little bit of a, I don't know, maybe an anti-synergy with the Melio and the Yunara, how much they kind of want to space things out, and they don't really snap as easily as the Vi does.
Well, I think if you're looking to go snap, then going for an Orianna in the first place maybe is what you want for the snap, and then it's maybe not what you want, as you're saying, for the Yunara and the Meteor, right? So I think that may be where they've come undone from that perspective in this draft. It's Less so about the jungle that you choose, because they're all going to be pretty similar, right? You're missing engage in terms of having the Meteor. You need something to start a fight off with that Shockwave. Vi, a very solid choice here, but I just feel that if they'd chosen a jungler on 3 instead of this support, then they could have had either that Nocturne to pair up with the Orianna, or they could have even just taken a Jarvan into 2 immobile carries, and that would have been absolutely insane as well. Great bounty here from Elysium to get those 2 out of there, but now you're forced onto that third option. The Vi just doesn't feel as good. I think the third option Enchanter is probably better than your third option Vi here.
And on the side of Elysium, they will round out their composition with the Rek'Sai and the K'Sante. Rek'Sai going into the jungle, not something we see all that often in recent years. So he's usually been seen as a counter to tanks in the top lane, but does have some early aggression. Can somewhat link up with the Syndra pretty easily if you land those knocks up. Sets up Scatter the Weeks. Does have a high damage profile between the AD and AP that you really can't itemize into, so it will be a lot of pressure for that mid jungle. Meanwhile, on the side of TPO, they will counter the K'Sante with the Gnar in the hands of Notorious.
Yeah, I think Gnar obviously said a lot of time. As long as Gnar has been out, he's been great into these melee tanks in the top lane, but I do question whether they're going to have enough to get through not just 1 but 3 tanks now on the side of Elysium, right? This is very much a protect the presidents comp. There are 2 different presidents, I guess, with the Syndra and the Jinx, but the amount of protection that they're going to have this game is just insane, right? The CC courtesy of Sante, courtesy of Rek'Sai, courtesy of Thresh, providing so much value to keep this Jinx alive, and there's not much by means of a dive for TPO. You have a Vi, okay, that's great. You can send the Shockwave on her, amazing. What is your follow-up after that point? Is it hope and pray? Is it Gnar coming from a flank? Because I don't think the Gnar is going to get close enough. You have to find something else more than just the Vi goes in, the Orianna presses R, and then we hope the Jinx died. And if the Jinx died, then we still have to deal with the Syndra. I don't think there's enough dive here from TPO, and there's not enough front to back either. It's a really awkward mishmash that they've put themselves into, and it's now a really difficult position to get yourselves out of.
I think the Gnar flank that you mentioned will probably be the most likely answer for TPO esports for them to be able to win these fights, where all our eyes will be on Notorious. See if they can time things out perfectly in the mega form on the Gnar, but it's very fine margins for TPO esports to be able to take this one. And even then, even if they do find a push in, a dive in, they don't immediately get that burst. You mentioned the CC, but also the ability for Syndra to be able to create space with the Scatter the Weak as well. As well as those Flame Drummers being able to space you out once again and, kind of separate your Gnar from the rest of the team, and the Gnar and the Orianna. It is definitely a tough ask from the side of TPO esports to be able to win these team fights with what they've gotten for themselves. There is certainly that angle for them, and we will look if they can execute on it and send us to a game 3, or if Elysium will start out their season with a 2-0 sweep, the first one of the Blue Otter Premier League. But we will find out on the other side of this spectator delay. So we'll see you in a few moments. Don't go anywhere.
These haunted dreams never ending, clinging to the promises of life reborn, up on the roof of this world. Distant voices calling for the final fight. We will answer with victory. Yeah. Long have we fought for these lands, in the shadows and the stories of the promised land.
And we are back for game 2 here in our matchup between Elysium and TPO Esports in the Blue Otter Premier League. And once again, we are starting a little bit later on into the game. Pink Penguin, though, going to get hit by a death sentence from Naysayer, taking him down to half HP early on. Slight advantage to Dilly and Naysayer once again.
Yeah, I mean, slight advantage, yes, but the sight advantage going away with Yumi and Pink Penguin there, unfortunately for them, still not enough to guarantee themselves the advantageous half of the trade. Naysayer hangs on, gets level 2 first, and gets the hook as well.
And gets the hook onto Yumi Fanfic, gets the onto the Flame Chompers. Yumi Fanfic going out to flash away, use the barrier as well. Heal from Pink Penguin comes down. And so, Yumi Fanfic in a ton of trouble, will eventually hit that level 2, get a slight bit of health. He'll get the heal from the Cozy Campfire, but it's really not great for the bot lane of TPO.
And that heal does not really count for much either. The Cozy Campfire feels a little bit fake. The level 2 does a lot more to help him establish a little bit of presence under this tower, as we're also getting crazy trades in mid as well right now. Dorado nowhere near his power spike.
Mango's turning up. Full flash away, but a bit early. Won't quite get away from the knockup in which Mango finds it.
Oh.
But Judy Hops is able to get out. Singular Bread arrives. Star Burrito will find the kill anyway. Flashes away from Singular Bread. Good patience. And gets the double kill onto the Syndra. So 2 kills early go the way of Elysium. It was executed perfectly between the mid, jungle, and support.
Yeah, something tells me we're not getting 6 games today. Don't know what it is, but
could it be a 1k gold lead at 3 minutes?
It could be the 1k goal. It could be the lost chapter in Syndra's inventory at 3 minutes. It could be that actually.
Yeah, you know, that could definitely play a potentially small factor, which might say a little bit for, because Yumi Fanfic at half HP. Death Sentence is not quite going to hit the mark. Definitely very dangerous, though, and will continue to be, as Yumi Fanfic won't have flash for the next, I want to say probably 2.5 minutes, if I've timed it out correctly.
A little bit more. Yeah, I think we used about the 2-minute mark, so it should be coming back at around the 7, honestly, but still. At any rate, Cosmic Insight changes these things. Difficult to track flash timers. I respect people that do. Unfortunate, speaking of flash timers, though, for Naysayer, is he flashed to try and flay to save his mid laner. Doesn't even end up with the assist for that play. Roamed up.
Oh, another death sentence. Naysayer finding every single hook. Cozy Campfire only going to gape Yumi Fanfic alive a little bit longer. And we now go to the mid lane. Singular Bread going to be knocked up out of the queue, so we'll have no chance for escape. Scatter the Weak finds its way out to Judy Hops. Layers the CC with the knockup onto Mango. Judy Hops will be able to get the kill trade back around, but with the few auto attacks available from Star Burrito and that red buff slow, another double kill gets its way to the hands of the Syndra.
Double kill, double buff. Star Burrito is absolutely flying. We just talked previously about how he wasn't the main character in Game 1. He wasn't needed to be the main character in Game 1, right? Turboflyer did an amazing job in the side lane, bullying the Ornn as the Riven, and then Dilly and Naysayer had a great time playing that Ezreal lane, even with a Nami instead of the Karma that you would have wanted. Still did absolutely fine, able to hang on and some more. Absolutely dominated here for Smolder. Didn't require the Ari to do all too much. This time round though, 4 kills early on. This is Star Burrito's game to lose.
Yeah, already has 300 gold bounty on their head. Doesn't have flash, so could potentially be a source of trouble, but considering, as you mentioned, already having that lost chapter, didn't get too much in their last recall. Naysayer walking forward very aggressively, lands a play onto Pink Penguin. Death Sentence going to be followed up perfectly. Landon comes down to bring Dilly within range. There's nowhere to go for this Melio. Dilly going to pick up their second kill of the game with that BF sword. Does get the zap, gets the slow. The barrier will have to be used by Yumi Fanfic to stay alive, but between the mid lane and bottom lane for Elysium, it's going to be looking like an uphill climb, maybe not even an uphill climb, straight up of a mountain scale for the side of TPO to be able to find a way back into this one.
I think uphill, mountain, they're kind of similar, and like main mountain says you got to go up a little bit further than an uphill battle, but I think they may be looking at the cliff face at this point. They got to somehow scale the impossible to get back into this one. Their bot lane has been completely obliterated right now. Yumi at half CS, and down those double kills the 2 kills, rather, 2 Dilly in the bot lane. The mid as well. Well, they've done a great job keeping up with CS. It's come at the cost of Vi ganking twice, dying twice, and Star Burrito picking up 2 different double kills. Luckily for them, only just purchased that Dark Seal, so at least he hasn't got any stacks on that. But I mean, if we're calling no stacks on Dark Seal lucky because he has 4 kills already, I'm not really sure it's lucky.
Yeah, Destin's not quite going to find his way onto Pink Penguin, but Mango is waiting in the wings. It doesn't look like Pink Penguin and Yumi Fanfic know that the Rek'Sai is here. The slow from the Zap finds its way down onto Pink Penguin, who is kiting away slowly, does able to get out, but the explosion, the AoE damage on the rocket auto attack for Dilly is the thing that secures the kill onto Pink Penguin. Absolutely hate to see it. Friendship test failed on the side of Yumi Fanfic, a bit unfortunate there. And so a 7th kill goes the way of Elysium at 7 minutes. It's usually when we talk about a kill a minute games, it's usually when we combine the kills of 2 teams. It's even more than that. Naysayer is going to press forward. They're going to try to find the dive onto Yumi Fanfic as the Drake goes down. Yumi Fanfic going to have to flash away from the hook as well. Pink Penguin finally arrives. Mango is waiting in the wings. Surely they don't try to dive this, right?
That's what you need to do. You don't even need to do it on this wave, right? There's still level 5 and level 4. You have level 6 on Jinx, level 6 on Rek'Sai. If Rek'Sai tanks the turret first, they can go untargetable. This is a guaranteed dive. You just have to wait. All you have to do, and they're going to even bring the Syndra down as well. But she's late.
Yeah. And Yumi Fanfic, no flash, neither does Pink Penguin, so it's going to be nigh on impossible for him to stop. Mango flashes over the tower to secure the knockup, and with the ult does secure the kill, but the tower shots come back down. They help secure kill onto Star Burrito, who hasn't reset the tower dive, and so a shutdown goes the way of Pink Penguin. If there's any shutdown you want to go that way, it would be onto the support of TPO, despite the dive not going the way Elysium would have liked.
I think just better turret management there would have guaranteed the play in their favor, but I like the idea of the Thresh starting off tanking, but he probably could have tanked 1, maybe even 2 more before disengaging himself, and then afterwards the fact that it targets Dilly instead of hitting onto Mango, who can drop it at a moment's notice, is what really turned that play back around in favor of TPO. But I say in favor of, it still doesn't really feel that great, right? You got a little bit back in mid as a result, but that's kind of all you get from a play such as that. The shutdown as well, which Star Burrito, of course, had for having those 4 kills, going to the Melio, just kind of grabs salt in the wounds. Now it's not even claimable by mid lane.
But Star Burrito doesn't have flash.
He can do this because he doesn't have shutdown.
Sets it up easily, and so Judy Hops will get the kill. But as you have mentioned, it's only going to be 300 gold to the Orianna.
Yeah, it's the perfect reason to be greedy now, because you're not worth a shutdown. It's okay, maybe a little bit too greedy. I think getting that 2nd plate there might be a bit much, but I mean, you're just trying to scale yourself as fast as possible. The issue is you kind of let Judy back.
Oh, hold on. Another hook lands its way onto Yumi Fanfic. The Zap gets the slow, and Dilly is on a rampage. Pink Penguin not long for this world. The burn from Naysayer. Would always been a handful of minion auto attacks of ones to be able to secure the kill for the Thresh, but at this point, I don't really think you matter all that much. You're just really looking for the
You're still Gromp.
denial. Maybe. I think so.
I think I was way closer to seeding Gromp than I'd like to admit. Because he hit the Vi. You can see from the fact that he was tanking the turret.
Yeah.
He hit the Vi with his ulti there. I need to go back and watch that.
They would have had vision on Gromp, so that was definitely what they were going for.
That's crazy if he's managed it. To also then get the turret as well. Just disgustingly advanced right now. Not just on the Syndra. I was saying that Star Burrito's game to lose. It's no longer just his. Dilly now 4-0-2 as well. He does have a shutdown on his back. He needs to be a little bit wary. He can't just walk up like Star Burrito was earlier. But
Singular Brad,
speaking of walking
up, May's gone a bit
what
too
are we doing
far. That is exactly the question I was going to ask. Singular Bread giving another 300 gold over to the side of Elysium, expanding their lead just that much more. It's a good scat of the week. Flash forward from Naysayer to land the death sentence. Play back from Judy Hops. Shockwave finds way onto 2, but the unleashed power of Star Burrito secures the kill onto Judy Hops, making this a 12-4 game in favor of Elysium.
And now flash out as well from the top side. Notorious not even winning in the side lane against the Cassante, right? It's even at best for the Gnar, and now that he's lost his flash, he has to be incredibly careful of a random Cassante over the wall timer. Nothing really going the way of TPO in this whole series, to be honest, right? Even the random scrap plays they found, it was 2v5s in the previous game. They were all that went their way. Everything else felt like it was Elysium controlled from start to finish. Now, beautiful all out there to cancel the Gnar into the wall. Turboflyer with a great use of that unstoppable. As Pathmaker again, of course, because he gets a reset when you press ultimate. That makes sense. You can look to dive Notorious Ares in depth.
And I don't think Turbo Flyer really needs to force it all too much, if we're being completely honest, especially since Singular Blood is on the top half of the map and Mango not all that nearby, so Turbo Flyer can definitely afford to be patient, especially as Notorious.
It's not about needing to.
We'll
it's
just
about kind of,
TP
like,
back,
establishing
but
dominance, you know?
Of course, the mental game, because Elysium definitely definitely not winning that at this point
Well,
in time.
exactly. You've got to establish dominance in a situation like this. You're already invading their bot side with 3 members. Already pushed beyond that tier 1 they take in bot. I mean, there's no way to contest things like this. Good cross-map here from Singular Bread to get something back for himself, but it still comes at a heavy cost. Julie unable to really touch the wave until way too late. Drake now spawning, gonna have to get that up too.
Yeah, and second Drake of the game comfortably going the way of Elysium. They sit over 5k gold up at the 12-minute mark. I mean, it took them even a little bit longer to get to this point last time around with composition that didn't quite scale as much, especially when they have the Jinx available to them. It's another death sentence going to find its way onto Yuumi fanfic. Really good scout of the week follow-up. Obviously, they're not going to push their luck on the dive. There's far too many members of TPO around, but it just pushes them a little bit lower. You're talking about that mental game that Elysium are playing, and that's certainly one way to further get into the heads of TPO.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're already there at this point. It's just a slow, inevitable march. It feels like another hurt.
Oh
I
my goodness. I mean, it was almost predicted. It was very nearly predicted. Wouldn't quite find Yuumi fanfic. It's just not nearly enough damage for TPO to follow up on Singular Bread's engage. Being said, a Mango goes forward, finds their way onto Singular Bread. The death sentence kind of targeting in a bit of an odd way. Playback on Singular Bread, gets a flash over the box. As you mentioned, teleport goes down onto one of Rek'Sai's little tunnels. Scatter the Weak finds its way onto Singular Bread. Unleash Power drops onto Yuumi fanfic. Not quite enough to find the kill, but the Q does. Star Burrito picks up their 7th of the game.
Yeah, and now the mid turret is their ultimate prize for all of this, right? You push them away from the turret, you push them away from defending anything anymore. Great TP angle there found by Star Burrito. Realized that Judy wasn't.
And the scatter of the week finds its way onto Penguin. Zap not quite going to hit the mark. Naysayer's death sentence not going to be hitting Judy Hops either, but still, again, it's just kind of indicative of how this game has gone for TPO and the series as a whole. It's not been a very good start for TPO's life in Blue Otter Premier League, and well, to be fair to them, going up against the reigning finalists and champion and 2-time finalist. Yeah, I made that a lot more confusing than it had to be. But either way, one of the best teams in Blue Otter Premier League. It was definitely never going to be an easy start to their lives here anyway.
It is a trial by fire, but I would like to see them put up a little bit more fight, right? Especially since we talked about earlier the roster turnover that Elysium have gone through. This isn't the same roster that ended up winning in the previous split. This is a very fresh team full of a lot of new faces that are still putting together an amazing performance in both of their first 2 games as a completed roster in BOL Premier. It feels like they haven't really been challenged as of yet, and they're asking so many questions of their opposition in every single country, right? Where does
asking a few questions of Notorious, but it's really good from Elysium to not start up the tower aggro. Waiting for Notorious to hop out of range, but a few good stuns drop. Dilly finally gets the kill onto the Gnar, and with the 4v2, there's not anything Judy Hops can do. Yuumi fanfic in the 1v1 has no chance against Star Burrito, picking up his 8th kill of the game, going 16-4 on the kill counts. 8k gold up now to the side of Elysium, and I mean, 8k gold at 15 minutes is not impossible to deal with. It's a good scout of the week to prevent the Q coming forward from Singular Bread. Will be able to drop the cease and desist. Eventually, Star Burrito just going to flash away from that. This finally comes through. Penguin will be able to help out. This is a little bit more scout of the week. Pushes back the 2 members. Singular Bread drops a smite down onto Star Burrito. They're chasing so far for this, all the while the top lane tier 2 goes down. Finally, Singular Bread will secure the shutdown onto Star Burrito, so they'll get some extra gold going back their way on the side of TPO, but it's more of a consolation prize
That
than
rocket hit.
anything.
Oh, that was so close. That rocket is so looking for the base cancel, and it has done precisely that. Singular Bread unable to base once more. He's done a good job this series of getting himself in a lead over his jungle opponent. Mango getting somewhat outdone
Since it's not
in the
going to
jungle.
land, Singular Bread actually gets Mango very low. Naysayer will secure the kill. That was a lot closer than you probably should have expected it to go. Singular Bread will eventually go down. They won't give the kill over to the Vi, so definitely something. Again, another consolation prize for TPO. Yeah.
Yeah. This is what I'm just saying, right? The Singular Bread did a great job as the Gwen, power clearing, getting himself strong, and putting himself in a position to try and come back into that game, but the lanes weren't strong enough, and I think he might look back on and say, you know what? I needed to have something that was stronger at getting my lanes to an even point. I focused a lot on myself, on the Gwen there, and I got strong myself, but it wasn't enough to win the game. What we needed to win game one was we needed someone else on my team in a lane to be stable. There was no stability. There was only death everywhere you look, and that wasn't enough for game one. Similar thing this time round, but I think exacerbated by the fact that they also got those 2 deaths in the very early phase in mid as well.
Cool. Notorious going to have to flash away preemptively from Star Burrito. This 8-3 and Syndra's too much to handle. All the while, Soul Point Drake goes the way of TPO, and Elysium might try to find a little bit more. Turbo Fire, Naysayer stepping forward. Judy Hops won't be able to dodge out of this one. Will have to flash away. Flash forward from Mango, going to find the stun, and then eventually the knock up onto Judy Hops. Down to half HP, comes through, ult drops, Shockwave finds Mango, shutdown given over to Yuumi Fanfake. It might have been a little bit too far on the side of Elysium. Overconfidence is slow and Insidious Killer. Good body block from Pink Penguins to prevent Singular Bread from going down. And so despite being around 9k gold down, TPO, they find a fight and get some gold onto a few of their carries.
Yeah, it might be generous to say that they found that fight. You could definitely say that it was given to them, as I don't think I'd be able to argue that one, as Notorious is now trying to flick Naysayer back into his team.
Onto Naysayer. Dilly, though, from downtown with his super mega death rockets.
He didn't even, that was his cue.
I was honestly focusing on what you were saying, and I was not really, sometimes your brain is not
I know, it's just,
on the game.
But the Jinx does that much damage, I'm not even surprised you got it confused.
I just figured with how much health that Notorious had that would have been the case, but it was a fight that kind of occurred. They caught me off guard with the attempt at that fight, and apparently they caught themselves off guard too. So either way, Dilly now 7-0-3 on the Jinx, almost at 3 items at 20 minutes is formidable opponent for TPO.
Yeah, and Judy, we'd spoken draft about the fact that you're not allowed on the side lane. That is doubly true when you got the Cassante and the Thresh running up towards you. Still seeing the
death sentence drops down onto Judy Hops. Turbo Flyer will go all out. Will just be dragged back with the Dark Passage of a Naysayer. And
the Violet lanes the way for Red. He's the only one that feels strong enough to walk up in that side lane, even throughout the all out being used. He has the HP remaining. Judy Hops just slowly bleeding out further and further. Has got the second item at least this time, going towards the Horizon focus, as everyone else in his team trying and struggling to get towards that point. Nara's going to take a little bit longer, especially with how played he's been, but you'd love to see the Yanara typically get towards that second item feed goal to kind of 18 minutes in, maybe 19 if it's a bit of a slow game. This time around, only at the Zeal come 20 minutes, because they've just been put so far behind by all the plays towards bot side. And Dilly and Naysayer have had a great time in that lane. It feels like nothing Pink Penguin and Yuumi Fanfake have been able to do was going to quite match up with the pure power that these guys possess.
Speaking of Dilly, they have completed their Runon's Hurricane, so we'll be hitting multiple targets now with those rockets. We saw how much damage that was dropped onto Notorious with just a handful of autos there. Now that those are going to be flying onto everyone with AoE dropping everywhere from Dilly. Yo,
I think it's a good
Well,
time
it
for
will
a
be
pause.
difficult to be able to handle, but some connection issues from Naysayer will give us a few moments in that pause to sit around and assess things. It's not quite as dire for TPO with that fight going over. They were previously about 9k gold down. Claude have been clawed or gifted, depending on who you asked, back their deficit to around 6k. Still one that will be very difficult to handle, especially as Dilly's already mentioned on those 3 items on the Jinx. 21 minutes. We did have seen Naysayer reconnect, so this pause hopefully shouldn't continue on for much longer. We should be getting underway in just a few moments, ideally, unless if something else comes up and goes a wrench in our plans. Considering that we haven't gotten back to this one, I would have just expected, when you see the reconnect, Rue, there it is. Okay. See, I just need to caster cursed it into existence. But
Yeah, well, we're still gonna have that post pause breakage anyway, so give it a second. It will.
yeah, there it is. The classic.
But while we're in this, it's important to point out the Drakes that have been going Elysium's favor this whole series. Staying true in game number 2, they're only a minute 30 away from the soul.
Yeah. It's spawning in a minute and a half now that we have completed the post-pause, and especially with the amount of extra purchase that Elysium have for them in this bottom half jungle with that mid tier 2 down that bot lane tier 1 tower also not available on the side of TPO. Should be able to just completely choke out any vision that TPO can get for themselves. The zap finds way on single bread. Will have to queue over the wall. Naysayer's death sentence not quite going to land onto Judy Hops. Comes up just a little bit short. Again, Elysium pushing forward, making it difficult for TPO to have really any sort of hopes. Coming in singular bread though, going to try to find a flank. Does have the cease and desist.
If you're going to send this many players over towards mid, you have to find the fight. You cannot just wait because your side lane is getting destroyed.
Taking a ton of time with it, being very patient. Judy Hop's the one walking forward, and Death Sentence drops onto the Orianna. The Breath of Life cancels out the CC, and with the 3v5, it is a trade of 1-for-1 kills now. Pink Penguin getting forced away, auto down by Mango. Double kill to the Rek'Sai. Star Burrito in the middle of everything, does not enough damage though from the side of TPO to be able to secure any kills. It's the ace, only getting Dilly in the process on the side of Elysium. 5-for-1. They push in the mid lane tier 3 tower and will eventually look to claim that Drake as well. Killed cooldowns a little bit too short to be able to end off that just yet, but Elysium going to get this game even more in their favor as a result.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is now base already broken, free Mountain Soul, which they can happily claim. Gives that Jinx even more survivability. I thought there was going to be a while where the Jinx was just going to be able to turn it around in the 3v5. Thankfully, it wasn't quite that bad. Instead, it was just a everyone else doing the job of the Jinx and still taking the fight over the line. As Naysayer still having some connection issues, though you wouldn't know that from his scoreline.
Yeah, it did have almost an immediate reconnect, though. At least that's what the message had said. So this pause should hopefully be shorter than even than the last one. But going back to that previous fight as well, and how that TPO needed to force it with all 5 members mid onto the 3. It was a bit weird seeing Judy Hops as the one who was really pushing forward into Elysium. It was the only one, like, kind of getting into the face of the composition of Elysium. Meanwhile, the rest of, I guess the idea we saw it coming out there was to try to bait in a hook onto Judy Hops.
It's deep, right?
But yeah,
if you go too much further, then you're basically under their tier 1 already, and then that death sentence hurts you even more. As it was, the fact that it still landed onto Judy Hops anyway, it did allow the fight to start, but it's not a good fight start. What you need is that fight start is you need either the Gnar to go nuclear, or you need your Vi to go straight onto the Jinx. Singular was able to do that, but it wasn't quite enough, especially with how deep that fight was, and then it allowed so much time as well for Mango to rotate up from the bot side where he's protecting Syndra, to then get into the fight and turn it into a 4v5. And then when Starburrito TP'd in, it was already over.
And so we'll eventually get away as the pause has ended. Obviously, the classic post-pause pause. transpiring once again, but we kind of covered it after that last fight. It secures the Mountain Soul the way of Elysium. Quick sub 24-minute soul. It's kind of indicative how this game has gone. Almost 10k gold lead in favor of Elysium. We get another disconnect from Naysayer. Probably going to see another pause in short order. So
He walked halfway back to base before
unfortunately,
they paused it. I was watching the minimap, he walked straight from Raptors back to the base. And then they paused.
I mean, considering how quick the reconnects have been from Naysayer, maybe the idea was that I think each team only gets 15 minutes of pause time. I might be confusing my league's rules. It might be like Titan that gives 15 minutes per team. Then I could be wrong with that one. But you do have a limited number of pause time throughout the series, and so I'm assuming that's what Elysium are going for, considering they've already utilized 4 minutes of it. Naysayer, eventually we see that reconnect as well. So again, we'll be back in short order, but I'm getting into the mindset of Elysium. I'm assuming why they let that one go as long as it did.
I mean, at this point, you can almost try and play the game without Thresh. It's a little bit dangerous, and it looks like it is up to 10 minutes per game and only 3 times per game. So this is the 3rd time as of now. So that's why this may be lasting a little bit longer to see if Naysayer has any potential issues they can work out. He is actually the largest shutdown on his side. So while he's playing the support, he's done a great job of not taking too many kills, but because he just hasn't died yet, he is worth a lot of gold. So you've got to be kind of careful when this is your most expensive player. If they end up dying, you kind of need him to stay alive. For that, he needs to be able to play the game. So I don't mind taking a longer pause here, let him work through his issues, and if it doesn't work out, then it doesn't work out. But no more pauses unless there is some weird tickety stuff for both sides.
They're definitely waiting on a more permanent solution, because once again we see Naysayer disconnected in the middle of this pause. So especially considering that 10 minutes per game, they're probably going to wait until the end of this one, I would assume, on the side of Elysium. So that'll give them another 5 minutes. But I think in that regard, we might send it to a break and wait for them to come back. And hopefully Naysayer will have corrected their connection issues, and we'll be able to get this back on a 5v5 footing. But I think until then, we just might break from here. I'm guessing. Yeah, or I suppose not. Oh, there we go. All right, and so we're back straight away. Hopefully Naysayer's connection issues have been fixed on a more permanent basis. That was Elysium's final pause coming through. And speaking of Naysayer, immediately landing a death sentence onto Pink Penguin right after he comes back. Flashing forward, getting another hook, this time onto Yumi Fanfic. Mango will secure that kill, and 2 good picks go the way of Elysium to start things up right after the pause. Scout of the week not quite going to land onto Judy. Hops with the open inhibitor. Elysium look to push in. They look to swiftly close out this game 2 in an even more dominant fashion than they did in game 1.
Yeah, they're looking to end here. I'm not sure this is the angle I'd personally look for. A little
Go
bit deep.
for it.
Can definitely get
Shockwave
Shockwave.
finds its way onto Star Burrito. The follow-up comes through,
Doing
but the
the
Zanya's
H?
is dropped and
You
a
already got the
bit too
wave.
far from Singular Bread. Won't
Get
quite
out.
die. Hook lands way onto Notorious, who gets Megaform Gnar. The Gnar
Get out
only
of there,
finds its way
man.
onto Turbo Flyer. Star Burrito securing the kill onto Notorious TLP. Zapcoin finds way onto Yumi Fanfic, but a lot of the cooldowns on the side of Elysium are already down, so they're down to half HP. They'll have to hightail it out of there, but they, in the process, gets the inhibitor. They get a few more kills, and now Singular Bread maybe a little bit too far forward. The Scout of the Week and the Hook follow-up secures the kill for Mango on the side of Elysium. Just straggling out a few of these respawn timers now, especially without Singular Bread on the map, and Baron up. Doesn't look like Elysium will be able to end just yet, but they'll be able to pick up the Baron uncontested.
I don't think I was ever an end angle. I think you can go fishing there, and they do precisely that. Notorious gets baited to carry on that fishing line, I guess. Just hook, line, and sinker. There's no reason to be doing that. You've already got the wave cleared out courtesy of the shockwave. Just sending it further forward there after you've already got your mega. Okay, you can be tanky in the front line. You don't want to go sending it deeper because you don't have the numbers there to fight you. Yunara's still in the base, not able to fight as of when you went in. Just way too deep there from the knot and taking an extra death. And the Singular Bread trying to leave his base a little bit too early. Good punish once more from Naysayer. Another death sentence commanded down by, looks like the Judge of the Rift at this point.
Yeah, especially with how on point Naysayer has been with these hooks. Has only missed a handful of them so far. Notorious, speaking of getting too far forward, has done so once again. Scat of the Week gets a stun. This power is unleashed on to Notorious. Star Burrito picking up their 12th kill of the game. Did also complete their Zanyas on the last recall, so we'll have access to the stasis once again. It was only the Seeker's Arm Guard that they used last time around. Turbo on the flank, not quite able to quite pick up Pink Penguin, but they push the side of Elysium out into their base off the tower. They pick up a second inhibitor in the process on side of Elysium. It is a 4v5. There'll still be 15 seconds until Notorious respawns, in which the hook will land onto Singular Bread. They'll use this angle to get the numbers advantage. Judy hops down to half HP. It's a bit spread out from the side of Elysium on the focus, but Dilly gets the kill onto the Vi. Second kill drops away of Elysium. Shockwave finds its way onto 4, but it just won't matter. Elysium in emphatic fashion give a quadra pinta. I think that'll be registered as a pentakill for Dilly. So our first pentakill of the split goes the way of Dilly in this first week. Just the extra cherry on top of the cake to close things out for Elysium here.
Yeah, very solid end to the game there. The Jinx just absolutely free firing. I think just one step too far for TPO. Not quite at the same level today as Elysium were. Just a step behind, day late, dollar short. However many of those you want to throw out, they're just not at the races. They were not ready for the fight that Elysium brought to them. The lanes were utterly dominant, especially through bot lane. Elysium running double subs didn't look like it at all. They looked like they were playing together for about 10 years. TPO just couldn't stand up to it.
TPO also running double subs today with Notorious in the top lane and Yumi Fanfic at ADC, but even then, the difference in terms of quality of these two teams on this day very much in favor of Elysium. Pick up our first sweep of the Blue Otter Premier League season as well, but that will be it for this first series between Elysium and TPO. We will be back in due course in a little bit, or actually maybe quite a bit now with the with how quick the series went. We do give these teams time to be able to join up at the scheduled time of their series when it starts. So it'll be a bit more of an extended break from us. But when we come back from it, it will be Final Boss versus Dorado Gaming. Final Boss, also one of the new teams to Blue Otter Premier League. We'll see their first series this time around if they can stand up to one of the more well-known amateur organizations in a League of Legends in Dorado Gaming when we come back from that. So we'll hopefully see you on the other side of this break.
涙よ星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる語るべき言葉なくした星の守りでは時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守りでは空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart
We are back, Blue Otter Premier League, for our second matchup of their final one of Week 1 between Final Boss and Dorado Gaming. And frankly, it's a very similar matchup to what we had in our first series, as we have a new team to Blue Otter Premier League facing off against a bit of a juggernaut, and maybe not so much so far in Blue Otter Premier League, but across all of NA amateur organizations in Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, Dorado, obviously a very well-known org throughout the whole scene, but I'm not going to count out Final Boss just yet. I know quite a few of these guys. They have this is a team that's comprised of different players from a draft league. So a lot of these guys know each other. They haven't necessarily played with each other quite a lot. They all know each other pretty well, and they know how to get along. They know how to get along with new players on their team as well, right? So they're used to hopping around and they're used to messing about with each other as well.
So going straight through the bands, Shin and Nonless going to be taken on off the board. Outside of Final Boss, they are going to be targeting Komarebi's Ivor, and one that they play a lot of. Mel also going to be taken out of the hands of Efron, with how much targeting of Comfort on the side of Final Boss is coming through. You gotta expect Mordekaiser, that Rock Warlock is really known for, probably going to be taken off the board in short order as well, especially as Dorado Gaming starting on blue side, who have also opted to take away the Zahin with their final ban.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. They might actually leave the Mordekaiser up there. I think that when you're on red side, you kind of have that flexibility. If you think that the enemy top laner has a champion that's a little bit more counterable, like something like the Mordekaiser can sometimes be, then you can leave it up and see if they want to take that bait and then get yourself a good counter pick in the top. So it looks like they're going to focus the Seraphine instead, which I don't think I'd have gone for personally. I think if you're going to ban away a support here, Killer Fox plays a lot of Karma. Karma's really damn annoying right now. I think that would have probably been where I'd have gone to the final box right now, but they choose to go with the Seraphine. I think fair enough. Let's see what the dogs want to choose for B1.
You know, give Seraphine off the board, and one that has definitely been on the rise in terms of popularity. I mean, so have all enchanters at the start of the new split, but Dorado Gaming going to be picking up a bit of an old tried and true tested jungler in the Xin Shao, one that we've seen in the meta for what has seems to be many years now, or themselves, is one that, you know, is it's John Big Jungle at this point with how much we've seen it.
Yeah, he's just everywhere, right? And there's a good reason for it. Very stable, very solid. Also great right now with enchants as well, right? We're in an enchant meta for at least the next 3 days or so before it looks like meta sports are going to come roaring even further back than perhaps they once did. But for now, Xin Zhao, he loves his enchanters. He loves just being able to run over the rift as well. Which, something like a Nocturne, doesn't want to lie down quietly, but can sometimes be the case where you're just not quite at the races as a Nocturne. And I'm interested to see if Zorin can turn it up on this champion as final boss. That'd be quite a left field pick, I have to say. The Aphelios being hovered right now. Bus and Poots is known for his hyper carries, so fair play. Let's rock it.
Yeah, and especially how early it is, and when you show the Nocturne, it's a bit surprising to not see that, at least these days, to have it immediately followed up with an Orianna right behind. Aphelios going to be the option for final boss. But on the side of Dorado Gaming, they quickly lock in the Ezreal Karma. Very safe lane, one that also with the Karma intel allows you to cover a few of the early weaknesses that Ezreal has in terms of getting pushed. So definitely one that has been iconic together for a while now, and fairly safe on the side of Dorado Gaming.
And this is why I want to see that combat as well, right? For final boss is you leave yourself open to things like the Ezreal Karma here. It doesn't just have to be an Ezreal, it can be literally anything with a Karma, and it's going to be pretty fine. But Ezreal Karma are incredibly oppressive. It's going to be Becca, or in-game name Rue, to deal with this now on the Nami. Just matching Enchanter with Enchanter. She loves her Enchanters. I think it's going to be a very solid choice for her this time around with the Aphelios spell, trying to boost and Poots even further forward into this one here as we head into our second rotation.
And so immediately there's some mid lane focus from Final Boss, taking away the Talia of Efron. Again, kind of the 1-2 punch in terms of comfort for the mid laner of Dorado Gaming. Meanwhile, Dorado themselves going to be taking off the Castante out of the hands of SCK. Not exactly one that they play too often, but a champion that has been in the meta for quite a while and is very stable and can do just about anything.
Yeah, I think just getting rid of some of those solid mid lane champs make a lot of sense if final boss. They know they're likely to take their mid on 4 here. I'm surprised Dorado focusing as much as they have on top so throughout the draft so far, and now not getting rid of the Orianna when they look down towards mid. I think the Ari ban here, I mean, Ari incredibly strong, don't get us wrong, but I mean, we pointed out before, right? Nocturne, it's a freebie in some regards. We saw earlier on, Orianna didn't necessarily do too much without the Nocturne. I don't mind it here for final boss. They just want to take a dependable mid laner. You can take it blind. Pretty difficult to counter an Orianna. Her early lane power is disgusting. And even if you try and outrange it with something like a Xerath, something like a Victor, it doesn't really matter all too much in the end because the shockwave value is still going to have its value. There it is picked up for the final boss. And now the Dogs, they got to take their 2 solo laners now into an Orianna. I don't see an easy outcome for them, I have to say.
Yeah, Efron also has had their champion pool pinched quite a bit. I think maybe he plays Syndra. Could potentially be okay to layer alongside with Xin Xiao, especially early. Could be options. The Victor as well for the range. You mentioned it already. Will be the choice for Dorado Gaming. So just going to look to stay at range and not ideally interact with the Shockwave as much as possible. Obviously, with the Nocturne, it'll be a little bit difficult to do, but obviously you have to wait until it gets to that point, and if you're far enough away for there to really be too much follow-up on it, it could still be all right.
Yeah, should have plenty of space here, especially with Ezreal as well alongside, as that is a Volibear blind. I'm not sure about this one. It's not something you think about when you think of a blind pick top laner. I mean, you can go a whole lot of different things here, but Jack springs to mind instantly as something you can just absolutely dominate with here. Instead, and Bess are
Yeah.
going to be hovered here by final boss. I mean, it's a lot more down to player comfort than just straight up disgusting counter pick.
You say that, but SCK plays a lot of Jax. His most played champion solo queue, but it is the Ambessa lock-in for final boss. They're going to be saving SCK's Jax for a little bit later, instead going for champ to help you get that snap engage as well with the public execution to follow up with the paranoia shockwave combination that final boss has with the Nocturne and Orianna. So just looking to be able to continue on that follow-up that we were looking for, that the earlier concerns we had that if the initial burst from the Nocturne and Orianna wouldn't get that kill, obviously you have an Ambessa flying through as well. That's where it'll come from. So we'll have to wait on SCK Jax for a little bit longer, which is unfortunate because that one was one that I was kind of looking forward to here.
Yeah, and it's great with their combo, right? You have Nocturne Orianna, you send it deep. That's when the Jax comes flying in. You then get that chain CC in an AoE, right? It's not just like one person that you lock down as the Ambessa and you fly in yourself. It's no, I'm going to get as many people as I can who are all here together because of the shockwave. That's when you can really start to stack it, and your team fight is suddenly really difficult to play against, because by that point, the Nami wave is probably arriving or has already arrived. You get an extra bit of CC there, and your Aphelios has probably been able to walk so far forward at this point that he's just free firing on. If he has blue gun, then it's almost a guaranteed fight win. I think the Ambessa maybe a slight misstep here, especially how dominant Jax is in the lane as well against the Volibear. That's another important part here, is the fact Jax is great in the team fights and is also so annoying for a Volibear in the lane because you just can't stun him.
Being able to counter-strike away would be helpful there, but Ambessa is a choice, and we'll have to see how that plays out for final boss, if they can take it to Dorado in their first ever Blue Otter Premier League game, or if Dorado do their thing and take game one for themselves. We'll obviously have to see after this break, after the spectator delay, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few short moments.
to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants?
we are ready to go here in game one between Dorado Gaming and Final Boss here in the Blue Otter Premier League. And again, starting just a few 30 seconds in, and immediately early invade from Dorado Gaming gets some of the extra vision onto the Raptors of Final Boss, but the response from Zoran also to show up his own Raptors, get that vision down, and relatively equal with the extra knowledge that these two teams have here in the first minute.
Yeah, with the difference being actually what's happening down in bot here, Killer standing in the bush, and unfortunately we're going to get pause very early on in this one. As
Oh,
the two
no.
just about to get underway proper. Junglers and opposite side pathing. Going to be interesting to see how they end up. Wondering if Zoran wants to maybe look for a 3 camp into bot play, or if he's just going to clear towards top side, maybe a little bit safer overall. But you do have to be wary, of course, of your Raptors being potentially invaded when they are warded like they are. You do have that vision of it coming if Moribi decides to go across. But as you say, that difference of vision, seeing what's happening in the bot lane there. Ward spotted out, tagged down twice, but not quite the third. And as such, Killer Fox standing in a vision, rather, in a bush that he knows is on vision. But happy to stand there. Ezra Palmer going to get that push early on, but unfortunate with the early Q, going a little bit wide.
And so we'll wait how the rest of that goes out. It does look like what we have the there's slight extra damage onto that line of caster minions for Final Boss compared to Dorado's. We'll have to wait and see, as you mentioned. Zoran obviously moving to the top side, so the spot lane should expect to comfortably be in favor of Sunrai and Killer Fox, at least in the early game, but I don't quite know what this pause is for, and I haven't really spotted any extremely unusual choices in terms of runes. You can maybe say the Ignite for Walk Warlock instead of Teleport. It'll hint at some extra aggression there. And we are finally back. Oh,
Give it a second.
pause after the pause. Yeah, it's the classic.
A little bit longer than average, but we hope that it's going to pass in due course, and we'll be able to get into the game proper. I think Volleyball top, when you're in a matchup where you can actually do some killing, it makes sense to go for the Ignite. Not really a great outscaler, instead much more focused on that split push ideology, and burn you down over a long period of time. Get those kills, get that snowball rolling to really get yourself into the game. I think precisely what Warlock is going to do. Everyone else in those solo lanes going towards TP, favouring the maneuverability over anything else.
And so as we go through, obviously we'll be looking at Zoran to eventually maybe arrive there. Obviously, Nocturne not exactly the most potent early on until you hit that paranoia. So let's see if they attempt at affecting this lane or Walk Warlock and Yukon. Try to ease things here for Yukon. But speaking of, Yukon is taking quite a few good trades here early on into Walk Warlock.
I'm just thinking with the jungle pathing here, something we saw a lot the first day of ADC was when you have a pushing lane like the Ezreal Palmer, you start on top side of Zinzao, you either take those top 3, or you take the Raptors as well, and then you move into this invade because you have this much bot push at about this time in the lane, right? Because Zoran starts on the bot side, those camps are no longer there for Kamaribi to go after. You should know that by the fact that, of course, Raptors were on vision. But a little bit of different pathing, courtesy of this early push. Realizing Zoran can't contest this bot grab, can't contest much, maybe even your bot side jungle when you have an Ezreal covering it. As such, playing a lot more passive.
It's a good Aqua Prison landing its way onto Sunrise, though. The exhaust will have to be dropped onto Bustin' Poots. Oh my goodness. Bustin'
It's gonna get you
Poots.
so often, don't worry about it.
It absolutely is. It's one of those
everyone,
names.
every time.
Yeah, it's just one of those names that'll just trip you up no matter what it is. Either way, the exhaust was dropped onto the Aphelios, and as well as the barrier getting used by Sunrise. So a few of the defensive summoner spells on the side of Dorado Gaming's bot lane will be unavailable to them for the time being. Luckily, as we already mentioned, Komarebi has arrived to be able to take that bottom Scuttle Crab, and probably won't affect Sunrise and Killer Fox, at least not in the immediate future.
Both junglers getting a little bit of vision on the enemy side. Going to take an early base, as you would expect. Not going for the double invade for Gromp. Instead, taking a double base instead. Head back to their own camp. everything's starting off pretty default so far, right? No one going too far outside of the ordinary. Slightly better base, I'd argue, for Komorebi, the triple longsword up against longsword Ruby Crystal. Probably would favor the Xin in that type of fight if they end up having 1v1. But then again, not turning a 1v1, not a fun champ, even at this phase of the game, right? As soon as he has a level up in his E and his W, he can 1v1 basically anyone in the room. Maybe not volleyball.
And there's a reason, a pretty large reason why Zoran did opt to start on the bottom half of the map and go top to really avoid Komorebi as much as possible. And, just clear things out without much trouble, which is exactly what the Nocturne wants to do. And really, that's the only major difference that we've seen, because, I mean, at least these days, it seems the most common pathing for junglers is to go from top to bot and try to pick up the bot scuttle, but it's a good adjustment so far from the jungler of Final Boss. And just continue on with the bit of a farm fest that we'll have for us. So yeah, kind of sit and wait around a bit, I suppose. I don't know how it's to build on that one as we wait around. Obviously, Drake has been started up relatively early by Komorebi, even though there was that slight push towards against that. Public Execution going to drop down onto Walk Warlock, who's waiting a while to use the Stormbringer. Will finally cast it now, drops down the E, gets the flash away from Yikal. So both flashes of the top laners will be used, and with Zoran in the top half of the map with how low these health bars are and no teleport from Walk Warlock, we'll eventually just have to recall, walk back to lane, and then go from there.
If he sticks around under this turret like he's looking to try and do, Zoran is going to be there to push his way. Might actually just find the level 6 timer off this crab as well. Walk has to be incredibly careful here. If he sticks around for one more wave, likely going to fall, realizing the crab spawning at the top side, going to trample that base. And it cancel. It's close. You can see he wants to stick around, but it's so dangerous if he does.
And we'll finally choose to recall to safety with the lane resetting in about a neutral safe, but it's a really good Aqua Piston from Rue finding its way on to Killer Fox. We'll poke him out a little bit more. Instantly showing some competency on that champion. One that you had pointed out is really good on these enchanters, and at least showing that for now. It'll take a little bit for it to be fully shown off, especially with how much the Ezreal Karma gets pushed in the wave, but the early shots fired, warning signs, I suppose, from the support of Final Boss.
Yeah, well, that cannot really anything at all. With Boot then follow up on that one. Doesn't have all too much to do. Instead, should have prop that crystal on overgrowth. And people once more trading aggressive in this top side. But I am slightly scared to stat check a Volibear. I don't know about you, but I personally would not fancy trying to stat check this champion in specific, because he is absolutely terrifying in this phase of the game. Even without his ignite, still has a lot of kill threat. And the only way to really mitigate that is if you have some way to avoid a stun, like Jax.
Like Jax.
Yeah, like Jax. Yeah.
Well, it did kind of confirm our suspicions that it is a substitute top laner for Final Boss, being Yikal there in the top lane instead of SCK, who is very much a Jax player, but I would figured Yikal definitely, or at least should have some experience on the champion. But either way, that's neither here nor there, because that wasn't the choice in the end. But Sunrise, red, white, don't fight into Bust and Poots. It's a really good awkward prison letting its way on the Killer Frost. There's so many shotguns for the Aphelios. Chunks through both Sunrise and Killer Frogs. Gets the flash out of the Karma as well. Can look for a little bit more. Aqua Prison goes a little bit short, but does cancel the recall of Sunrise. But Fox's recall comes through. Doesn't look like it'll be fully stopped on the side of Sunrise, so don't get any kills in the bot lane here for Final Bosses 2v2. They do get both the recalls out. That being said, there was a few tower shots that dropped onto Bust and Puts. Now Komorebi tried to find a way in onto the Aphelios, but won't test his luck in the 1v2.
Yeah, he's literally just there to pick up that wave, make sure no extra damage is dealt to that turret, more than is necessary at the very least. D4 jumped into Volibear E. A little bit of a risky proposition there. Warlock happy to take this fight. Goes Ignite forwards.
But the Stormbringer
Zoran's up
is
topside.
casted by Walk Warlock. It's a bit early. As you mentioned, Zoran is on the Void Grubs. Will be clearing that out, so could arrive with the Paranoia at any moment. Instead, we'll just look to clear out the Void Grubs a bit more, but it's no ult for Walk Warlock. There's a big point of survivability, and does kind of reduce some of his kill pressure up there.
Oh, absolutely. He has none now. Until at least the ultimate comes back. Maybe even the ultimate and the ignite. He's going to have to play a lot more passively. As such, Komorebi again catching another wave, making sure his laners don't fall too far behind. And right now, not been the most fruitful time, I think. The Boots trying to tank some Qs to stop this Ezreal from getting a free farm. Nice idea, but unfortunately costs us quite a bit of health. But lucky for him, he has an army, so it doesn't really matter.
And Nami obviously just clicks W on her lane counterpart without the HP, so some Boots, as you mentioned, won't really mind that all too much. Has managed to stay level with Sunrai in terms of farm here, so surviving that early push quite effectively, and now with the BF sword in hand can definitely push back a little bit more, which is especially important as we have the next Drake spawning in 30 seconds.
And this is the time where both teams looking for this aggressive trade, especially Final Boss. They want to get this early push, take a base, if it's potentially there. They need to get that first item. If not, keep that push going, keep that Ezra under the tower, guarantee themselves early prio for the Drake.
They will have, at least in a small amount, Efron will teleport back to the mid lane to be able to try to secure it, but Sunrai taken very low with the ult flash forward from Bus and Poots. Not quite enough to secure the kill onto Sunrai, but we'll get the recall away through. Public execution from Yiko lands, and first blood picked up by the Ambessa in a solo kill. And so all the while it comes all up final boss. So they get the 1v1 kill for Yiko and will very likely pick up the Drake as well.
Yeah, mid rotating down, bot rotating up, guaranteeing themselves that Drake, forcing the Ezreal out of lane. Means you have that prio every day of the week, able to equalize the Drakes as you get a humongous pick on the top side. And we were founding on the best pick. I think it's deserved because Jack is still better in this situation, but Yiko showing why absolutely fine in the lane phase, still up against that Volibear. And Bessa now completely dominant, has the Eclipse spike, and the Volibear still waiting on that first item, looking to go towards the Dusk and Dawn. Since they're not yet there yet, Yiko has even more kill threat now as the lane progresses. He found that time where the Volibear didn't have his ult, didn't have the Ignite, only had Flash, but he flashed in a straight line away from public execution. Ends up falling as we get that back. Oh my god.
Death push coming through. Good Aqua person, and with the tidal wave follow up, Killer Fox has nowhere to go. Will put an E on himself. They won't actually have enough damage to secure the kill onto Killer Fox. They do get the berry out of Sunrise in the meanwhile. Meanwhile, top lane, you mentioned Zoran is here, hasn't used the Paranoia just yet. Might try to find it onto Walk Warlock, who does have the Stormbringer back up and available. They'll eventually call up Ishan as well, or at least started moving towards that top half map, and moves back to the lane. And so now the Paranoia comes through, but Walk Warlock far enough away. Zoran also flashing forward to secure the fear, but just really aggressive with it. There's really not much for Yiko to do to follow up, especially without the public execution.
Yeah, and it's just a really odd play there from Zoran. It feels like they expected something to be retaliated there by Walk Warlock, but the Volibear just carried on walking, and the Nocturne stood still, right? You're trying to make that play happen. You want to get the fear to make him turn backwards. And
Komorebi going to find a counter gank. Zoran had already recalled. Yiko, no flash, no public execution, only comes back up. Now won't quite matter. Ult drops down from Komorebi, and Walk Warlock going to pick up a shutdown, go back to the mid lane. Ishan going to pick up the solo kill there for himself. So final boss's second solo kill of the game going to go to their mid laner.
Yeah, this is just odd play all around. As we head back down to bot, the place the map that's kind of making a bit of sense right now. They're with a little bit of a CS advantage. Just confused at what we saw in top lane, both sides there. Both sides, top jungle especially from Final Boss. I think The initial play with the Paranoia, I like the idea, you go for it, it doesn't work out. Okay, it's fine. We used our flash, didn't work out this time, but let's see if we can make something work in bot, I guess.
Zoran tied away, finds his way onto Sunrise, who will Arcane Shift away. Killer Fox flashing as well to get out of range. Aquapism drops onto the edge roll. Killer Fox taken very low. The focus of damage a little bit separated between both bot laners of Dorado Gaming. Won't find any kills there. They do, however, get two flashes.
And big summoners used, but unfortunately not really what a Nocturne wants to need ganking. If any other jungler ganks, feels great. But I guess he didn't use the ult. It's going to be up pretty soon. He could look to regank at a moment's notice, at which point Sunrise and Killer Fox really up against it. I just want to think back to that top lane. After your jungler ganks, where is typically the enemy jungler going to be? He's going to be pretty damn close, right? It's very rare that you get one person ganking and you get to see the other jungler just do absolutely nothing in return. If it's not on the same side of the map, it's going to be the opposite side. Equal walking way too far forward, getting caught at that time there by Kamarabi allows his opposite laner back into the game, right? That solo kill that we saw earlier, basically now nullified by the fact that Warlock got that gank, now has Dusk and Dawn and can trade even more efficiently into these fights against the Ambassador.
It's a pretty big power spike for the Volibear. Once he completes that, he does. So with Rift Herald spawning, Zoran is on the top half of the map, slightly ahead of Kamarabi, but without any big play here in the top lane. Will likely stay up for a little while longer, but Yikal, you're talking about how it was basically nullified through that error, is still managing to play out these trades really effectively.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Flip's still incredibly strong, right? Especially on better, having the melee buff towards it. It's good even when you're not melee champion sometimes. So having that, making it so much stronger, and the shield that it provides as well, with W looking at better, giving a lot of help in these trades, making sure that nothing all too dangerous comes their way. Warlock now has the ignite back up, has everything possible on for an all-in angle. Everyone else looks towards this Drake, so probably get like a 1v1 and a 4v4.
Oh, but it's a good bubble dropping onto Killer Fox. There was no flash from earlier. Bussin' Poots gets the kill. Paranoia will be dropped. It will spot out Kamarabi, who will have to flash away from Zoran. Just a bit too late to that fight. Good Aqua Prison dropping onto Sunrise, who will Arcane Shift away. Kamarabi tries to show up to help out his Ezreal. Bussin' Puts is really low. Getting a bit too far forward, but the Orianna
that's his teammate.
Surprising Rue a little bit there, gets him scared, and frankly, it's a bit deserved when Ishan was off the screen. You saw a little
I'll be honest, I was not sure whose team the Orianna was. I just saw him all flying towards the Aphelios.
I know, it is, he's fine in the, though, will be the second Drake, or actually, excuse me, the third Drake, over the final boss there, second Drake of the game, but all the while, 1v1 walk, Warlock flashes forward, gets a solo kill onto Yikal.
Yeah, and exactly as we said, right? It's as soon as you get into that isolated 1v1, the 4v4, pretty good final boss. 1v1 when the Volibear has both summoners and an ultimate, not a chance for Rambessa, even with that item spike of the Eclipse. We're bigging up, nothing in comparison to a Volibear with his pure stats and a Dusk and Dawn, amplify them that extra bit more. You just can't be that far up in the lane. Now, unfortunately, you've lost yourself a first turret blood of the game, and throughout this whole CS lead, it now matters for absolutely nothing. What Warlock is huge.
And will continue to be a pain in the side of final boss, at least for the next few moments. The next few exchanges will be one that Dorado Gaming will have to find an answer for, though with the Rift Herald going down in favor of Dorado Gaming, it does mean that there really aren't any neutral objectives on the map for the next 4 minutes. Technically, Baron's up in 2, but we don't see a 20-minute Baron outside of a huge team fight. That being said, Octopus drops away onto Killer Fox, who is envisioned due to that ward. The Redemption drops down, trying to secure the heal onto Killer Fox, but it's just not quick enough. Another kill goes the way of Bussin' Poots.
Yeah, and this Aphelios now, pretty strong. 2 kills already. It feels like it could have been a lot more in this lane. In some regards, you could maybe say they've been unlucky with how this early lane phase has gone, but still done a pretty good job. That's a nice key there from Sunrise to deter the Aphelios pushing any further towards that turret. Yeah, it's just the calm that's fallen these couple of times, but good job by the Aphelios Army to show their kill threat when it's been possible, even if they haven't necessarily been able to capitalize on everything.
And especially Aphelios with how much of a hyper carry he is as a champion. 2 kills. That being said, we get to that. Sean will be the target of Efron. Will take the Orianna quite low, down to half HP. Does use the Victor ultimate in the process. Won't have that next few moments, but it likely won't matter all that much with no neutral objectives on the map.
Yeah, no reason to fight, but I mean, Becca could just get caught. They might fight.
Save that Rue. Going to have to flash over the wall to escape. Zorn going to use the Paranoia defensively. And so no flash on the Nami. Paranoia doesn't have the longest cooldown with the experimental Hex Plate completed. Sunrai in trouble. Tidal Wave not quite going to hit the mark. So the Redemption will just come down and keep Sunrai a little bit healthy, but Efron very low. Ishan is well pressing forward. The Evolved E will force the flash out of the Orianna. A few of those minion autos come through, but they weren't quite enough to secure the kill onto the Orianna. But once again, Ishan living dangerously in these fights, but no flashes on these two relatively immobile mid laners.
Yeah, and both ults used in a short little while as well. If Efron had his ult, guarantee that would have been used. Still confirm that Ishan barely surviving, and then now has it off cooldown. Just a little bit too late this time around. I think with a little bit more damage as well, Efron probably got that kill, but a lot of age what he went for first, not quite picked up that 10th minute after he got it just yet. So still awaiting that power spike to get his level back, re-establish his XP lead. He also TP's back to lane to maintain his tempo.
Yep, and we're waiting on the Rod of Ages level 10. There it is. 10 stacks of the Roa. We'll give him that bonus level. Gets him up over Ishan as well. Gets him one step closer to level 16. Be quite effective for Efron on that scaling. If you don't see it as much these days on the Victor, I feel like more of the times that I've seen Victor, it's more common to see the Blackfire Torch first and not going for those ultra scaling builds, but it is working out just fine. Paranoia is dropped to the top lane. Stormbreaker immediately casted by Walk Warlock as soon as he sees Zorn arriving, but it won't be enough as Yeecaw with the public execution secures the execute onto Walk Warlock, but the response for Dorado Gaming is summon up the Rift Herald in the mid lane and open up the map a little bit more.
I was scared for a second there. Walk Warlock, Volibear sometimes just has these angles where he just goes fighting and it just kind of works. This time bit off a little bit more than he could possibly chew. And Zorin on that 2-item spike going for Serpent Smack on the Nocturne, feeling that it is his job this game to get rid of those incredibly annoying Karma shields the Killer Fox will keep on providing as this game continues. W pretty early here. Roby's just going to go sending it. What the hell?
Very aggressive teleport will be coming through by Yeecaw. The tidal wave comes through from Rue to save Zorn, but he's gone quite low. Efron now the target of Yeecaw as he comes through with the teleport, but as mentioned, gone very deep. Redemption drops, keeping the side of Dorado Gaming healthy. There wasn't nearly enough damage back down onto Yeecaw to really push him away. He went deep, but it was very much worth it. Komarabi pushed out by the turret of Bus and Poots as well, so there's not really going to be a smite available for the side of Dorado Gaming to be able to contest this dragon, but they're still going for it. Shockwave drops onto Komarabi, will be shielded by the Karma. I mean, it stuck around a really long time for Dorado Gaming when there really wasn't an angle for them, and they lose the Drake anyway, and that's sole point to the side of Final Boss.
Yeah, they're looking to transition up to this top side as well. I wonder if they're thinking for a second about trying to tempt themselves into the Drake. Choose better this time around, but that play worked so well. They were able to go so aggressive because of what Warlock, who didn't have the TP, right? Yeecaw takes his base, gets the second item Shojin, straight into the fight. Full send. This is our time to go. What Warlock had to base from top lane, and he takes so much longer to get back through the jungle. It allows them that little bit of time to go looking for a very aggressive fight as the final boss. They're able to push them back very effectively in the numbers advantage, and then they claim the Drake as a result.
And gets themselves on soul point, so every subsequent Drake will require quite a bit of focus from Dorado Gaming to ensure that the Infernal Soul does not go the way of Final Boss. Getting that bonus damage, always nice regardless of what team composition you have. In some of the cases of other Dragon Souls, Infernal Drake definitely just generally always useful regardless of who gets it. So you want that to be in the hands of final boss, especially since they do have a decent amount of burst with that shockwave on the Nocturne as well. But definitely give them that little bit extra punch to be able to secure those kills, and maybe would have been enough to kill Killer Fox even in that last fight if they had it.
I think Dorado definitely would have gone as well. It's that extra bit of taking in everyone that can play it as well, right? You have Mr. Boots quite long range, especially if he has blue form. We can sever him fairly often. Come over, that's not your crab, buddy. You're able to snipe it away.
Well, he will be able to. I mean, it is technically his crab.
Okay, it is
he
his crab.
Get it.
Fair enough.
he did get the crab, and no, okay, finally, Zord gets the kill on Tacoma Raven. It didn't take quite a bit. Drake not on the map, so won't have to worry about that soul going away just yet. But a nice pick from Final Boss, and does draw a lot of attention to this bottom half of the map, and will give Final Boss not only that kill, but the top lane tier 1 as well.
Yeah, finally able to trade that back out as we get another fight mid. Hello.
Yeah, Tidal Wave drops its way onto Killer Fox, but from downtown, Puss and Poots lands the ultimate, secures the kill onto Sunrise. This bot lane of Final Boss 3-0-0 on the Aphelios. Now at 2, and about a third of an item is getting close to the 3-item spike that a lot of hyperscaling ADCs has. Probably won't be able to get it on this recall just yet, but gets him all that much closer, especially with the Drake spawning in 2 minutes.
That's been quite a while he's been on the Rift there, getting the turret and the kill to be incredibly close. I'm imagining Mortal Mind going to stick around one more wave since it's already there in the mid lane, and make sure that Ezreal either has to ult to catch it, or someone else has to turn up as that wave crashes just into the turret freely. Interested to see what he's able to get here in the face, though. It's not even being given as a board here by Beck, just I guess baited. Top side here. I don't know why we're sticking around. I feel like Buster Boots must be so close to his item.
Has to be, surely.
Really stick around.
There's also movement towards the Baron on the side of Final Boss. A few pings dropping on top of it. Does look like Zorn's not going to move on to it now. It'd be a very daring play if they did try to take it, especially with the far sight getting dropped from Dorado. They would have spotted it, so no push onto that for now. They'll just wait around a bit longer for that Drake to spawn back up. Waiting on the recall of Puss and Poots. Like, surely he has to get a full item on a recall with how long he's been around. Surely he's getting more. Yeah, absolutely. Like, right. He's recalling now. See, keep your eyes on the inventory.
I'm not even looking. We already know. Oh, he's LPR.
There it is. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, that'll cut down Walk Warlock a bit.
I mean, yeah, but he hasn't really got all too much health, right? The point of the LDR is you get bonus health. He has built like how much health the Dusk and Dawn has. Actually, it's going to do a lot more to Komorebi, who has both health from Sun and Sky and from that Starix gauge. Also pretty good onto Efron, but I think the healing Rod of Ages provides, the healing Karma provides, probably would be a lot better to get rid of, especially you've got Volibear, who has an annoying amount of healing that you want to cut out as well, but still 3 items, still able to fight around this Drake when it's more than 15 seconds.
And so it is battle for that extra sight, but it's a really good arcane shift away from the shockwave on the Nocturne. Sunrise dodging out a big chunk of damage, and that is a really lot of power indexed into the composition of Final Boss. No longer available, but Sunrise is down to half HP in the process. It was the turret of the Aphelios doing the few autos there on Sunrise.
Oh my god,
the execution goes through, gets through everyone onto the Ezreal, who immediately arcane shifts away, but it's a little bit too far from recall. Sunrise going to be the one to get the kill. Oh my god, Puss and Poots' damage! What in the world? That is disgusting! Oh my goodness, Puss and Poots on 3 items completely shreds any hope Dorado Gaming had of contesting that Drake. Soul goes the way of Final Boss, and on top of that, they'll be picking up the Baron as well.
I'll be honest, I thought that was just a turn and burn angle. I thought they were going to go hit the Drake and then run like hell. But Puss and Poots has other ideas, goes to the blue form on the Moonlight Vigil and absolutely disintegrates the front and the back line at the same time. Killer Fox did not stand a chance. Didn't have Mantra E this time around. Komorebi falls by the wayside to Asterix Gauge. Did absolutely nothing to help him this time. Instead, it's a free Drake given over Baron as well now secured for Final Boss. They have an Infernal Soul to the good. Now they just need to slowly work out their siege, push in as many side lanes as possible, get this mid lane going, get rumbling towards the end of the game, because I don't see how Dorado really get back into this now.
They are 5k gold down. They have no Baron. Final Boss has that way. They're pushing in. Yukol in the side lane will draw some pressure over eventually as that eventually collapses down. Actually, Yukol. Okay, good. He eventually moves back to that bottom lane. Look for a second, he might have been moving mid, but will eventually be able to get pressure in multiple lanes, force a response from Dorado, in which Final Boss would ideally capitalize on, especially as Zoran and Ishan have their ults back up and available. Take an advantage fight in terms of numbers, be what they're looking for eventually now, especially Walk Warlock in the bottom lane. This could be the window that Final Boss is looking for.
Yeah, I think an interesting decision here from Yiko to base, go towards the top lane instead, allowing potential split push for the body where he's already on that wave. He can either choose to keep it going, push towards that turret and trade tier 2s, or he can just base and defend that top side of his own. Looks like he just wants to go trading. I think a solid decision in this time of the game state. You already have objective bounties up. It's going to favor you a lot more than it's going to favor them. The 44 though, much more important around mid. Right now, the wave clear is somewhat enough, right? We have the Ezreal and the Victor just spamming abilities, and they're catching the minion outside of turret range as well, right? The Baron up cannon minion, hitting them instead of the turret means the plates aren't even falling down.
Yeah, and
Yiko doesn't have Baron.
Victor, obviously from range. Oh yeah, Yiko. Oh, did not expect that. He's been dead in the process. Yeah, I mean he did die in that first fight. I just figured that it would have been back up by the time Baron went over, but apparently not. You know, on that front with an error. But yeah, so no Baron for Yiko. Definitely a detractor in terms of the amount of pressure that they can apply into these side lanes, but it is enough to finally knock open this top mid lane tier 2. It's a really good use of the blast cone. Shockwave hits its way out to Killer Fox though, and Busted Boots goes forward, does so much damage. The Q follow up from the Gravitum gun eventually drops its way down on Sunrise, secures 2 for Final Boss. They push in even further. It'll be another 40 seconds for Sunrise to recall. All they have for hope is the wave clear of Efron. It is at a long range, but will it be enough to stop the advance? The public execution drops in onto Efron. Yiko may have gone a little bit too far forward, does die, but it gets enough time for the rest of Final Boss to arrive. Efron finally goes down, does a lot of damage in return. The ult is dropping down onto Rue, won't quite find the kill though, and with only Killer Fox left alive, Final Boss in their first ever Blue Otter Premier League game come away with the victory.
And they do. Able to keep 3 alive at the very end to finish off yet another ace. 15-5 is the kill score. A comfortable one, honestly. Final Boss, as they didn't ever look to be in that much stress. The early solo kill and top lane definitely helping things out, but even when it started to go against them up there, they're able to win out the rest of the map, and Bussin' Poots was almost untouchable in that whole game.
Yeah.
Because like there's no way for Dorado to get onto the back line, which is almost the opposite from what Final Boss have, right? When you have Paranoia, you always have a way onto the back line.
Yeah, and it really showed there and how much safety Bussin' Poots had. Their org's name is Final Boss, but in game 1 specifically, Bussin' Poots was the namesake of that. It was impossible for them to get to. So congratulations on them in their first win. However, it's not over just yet for them. They will have to take another if they want to start off their Blue Otter Premier League season with a series win. We'll see if they can close it out with a sweep, our second one of the day, or if Dorado Gaming can send us a 3 on the other side of this break when we come back with the draft of Game 2. So don't go anywhere. We are back for game 2 here between Final Boss and Dorado Gaming in the Blue Auto Premier League. Dorado Gaming on that front going to be opting to go to red side this time around. Hopefully try to pick up that counter pick and send us to game 3 if they can.
Yeah, I think counterpick, we said it a ton, but probably not the most effective use of it there by Final Boss, but still ended up picking up the win through what happened in the rest of the draft. That, I think, will be their focus for this one. Let's get a strong bot support duo going. We saw it work incredibly well in game 1. Just pair the Aphelios with anything that can boost them up, and I would expect another hyper carry to come through here from Button Boots. Absolutely loves playing them, and a lot of his teams love playing around him because he kind of does stuff like we saw in the preview.
Yeah. I mean, that Aphelios performance was absolutely insane from Buss and Poots. Obviously, as you mentioned, fan hype carries like the Sivir, like the Caitlyn as well. Been Varus to an extent. Olin is champion pool. Olin is top played in solo queue, but for now, into game 2, bands looking very similar on this front. Ivern, Mel, and Zahin all taken away. We're not going to be seeing too many changes just yet. And I don't think we'll be seeing too much, especially as Final Boss. Now moving over to blue side for the first pick. Really can't take too much away from what they've already banned around.
I think see if the Dorado decide to get rid of the Nautilus once more, which I believe was their third ban on first rotation. Final Boss can choose to get rid of the Ash instead. Oh, was it Seraphine? I don't
It was
remember.
Seraphine that they
Final
got
Boss,
rid of in
Final
game
Boss got rid
1.
of Seraphine.
Yeah, they did, but interesting that they instead choose to ban the Ashe this time around if they opt to go for themselves. Caitlyn going to be taken out from Dorado Gaming, knowing that Buzz and Poots is a big fan of that one, can definitely use that to get a strong early advantage. But yeah, so Seraphine is up and available, unlike it was in game 1. Final Boss could potentially look for it. Rue, definitely a really big fan of these enchanters, and it's never truly a bad option, even with Ashe off the table.
Another thing that Becca really loves playing are the hook champs as well, right? Nautilus and Thresh are some top priority picks. Gonna go away from all of that. Instead, take a dependable mid lane first of all, Ishan. Not the most mobility, but a whole ton of damage output if he ends up locking the way as he does. Gonna be a solid foundation to start building around, but not the easiest thing at the same time, right? It's not like it's Ari where you can just say, you know what, we could take an AD jungle, we can just fight around you mid. That's a nice, easy way to play the game. But the way you have to kind of structure yourself a little bit more, work out how you can really get into those fights properly.
Yeah, but it does have quite a bit of range and is in a similar sort of vein to what they picked last time with the Victor for Ishan. Instead, on side Dorado Gaming, they're going to answer with the Wukong and the Ahri. It's going to have that hybrid damage composition in the mid jungle. Obviously, Wukong actually does take it to level 6 to truly get online with the Cyclone, but still a very potent jungler and just in general.
And a great pairing. This is, Ahri Wukong is just amazing. Anything with a lot of burst is just great with Wukong. I think this is a nice counter pick idea here from Final Boss. Whether they want to flex it to support, flex it top, flex it jungle, doesn't really matter where. But when you already see 2 dash champs, you can assume likely going to be more to follow unless the Dorado have to kind of divert away from the original course. Now they see that Poppy, but the anti-dash can be pretty strong to try and stop these guys from taking over the Rift too early.
Yeah, just being able to press W gets the steadfast presence, prevents you from dashing around, and even grounds you, so it makes it difficult to get away from if you get a bit too close to the champion. So a good response, but Final Boss going to go with no way, right? Okay, so they do pick up the Mordekaisers, a bit of a counter to. Well, we actually know that. I mean, it is Walk Warlock on the side of Dorado. So yeah, it is a take away from Walk Warlock.
But
it's still really early.
I agree. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
incredibly early. I mean, you're going to be forced to blind at some point towards top lane in typical drafts like this, right? At some point, you're going to have to, but just taking the Mordekaiser like that on 3 with no protection from your band means that Dorado, they're happy to index into top side. They just take the Darius away, and now your Mordekaiser is left isolated in a really difficult matchup.
Yeah, and so the second round of bans come through at C. what Final Boss does to try to help out this Mordekaiser, even if they do so, because I think Poppy, not exactly the strongest jungler, at least in being able to impact lanes in a huge way, especially against one like Darius, who you just run fast and doesn't really care about that steadfast presence. So let's wait and see what they opt into. Into Corki going to be taken off the board. Seraphine as well, not going to be available. So limiting that support pool a little bit further on the side of Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, it is important to point out that we do have Fearless here, so all the champs we saw in game one, even when you can't see them on our screens, they are banned away for game two, and if we make it there, game three as well. But interesting to see, even with the Ash ban, Seraphine still getting that special treatment, as Sivir is going to be taken away by Dorado. I was wondering if we're going to see that even earlier in the draft, if I'm honest, but I think at this point, I wouldn't fancy playing a Sivir anyway, I'll be honest. Even as much as Person Poots loves it, getting run down by an Ari Wukong Darius does not sound like a fun time for a Sivir at all.
Yeah, the spell shield only blocks one ability, and there's just too many of them that would be coming through. Either way, won't have the option for that in this game, so let's wait and see what Final Boss opt in for. Obviously, it will come after Dorado's selection here. You got to assume with what they're showing, it's most likely going to be the ADC picked for Dorado Gaming, in which they will opt for the Misfortune.
Yeah, just another solid champion. Nothing all too crazy about it here. It's just another one to add to the list for Dorado, looking to dominate in these early lane phases. They've got a counter pick in top lane, they've got a counter pick in mid, and they can counter pick support to help their bot lane out as well. And that's something I'd be very scared of the Final Boss right now. If you end up having a situation where you have 3 losing lanes, it doesn't really matter how the rest of the map is going. As it looks like we're going to finally split that Poppy flex. About time it happened. It looks like it's going to be going down to Becca in the bot lane. Of course,
Yep, we'll.
Malphite likely jungle here.
Yeah, most likely. It's where we see him the most often these days, especially with the Mordekaiser already locked in. Will be the Malphite for Final Boss in response to the Misfortune, one that can be used used to really comfortably cancel the bullet time when that does come through, especially with how much setup Dorado Gaming have for it in their composition. They will go for the Tristana on the side of Final Boss. You know, Puss in Poots does like their hyper carries, and Tristana can certainly fulfill that role, especially with the rocket jump to be able to escape a lot of the engage that Dorado Gaming have.
Another thing with hyper carries that people don't often think about is the fact they have surprisingly high base damage, right? The base stats of Tristana can carry these early game fights, right? As soon as you hit your Q, you're suddenly attacking 3 times faster than you normally would. Pretty difficult to oppose, especially jumping all over the place. Someone that can lock you down, though, is a Maokai. I absolutely like this pick here into the Poppy, into the Tristana especially, able to just kind of dislodge what is going to want to be happening. Even if they take flight, you can go follow if you must, or you can just send the Nature's Grasp and slow them down the old fashioned.
And you also have a lot of like combo potential with Dorado Gaming's composition as well. The Cyclone from the Wukong, the Nature's Grasp to take up a really large area of the map to push Final Boss away from, and they can also be layered on top. Not to mention the pullback from Darius once that comes through his setups relatively easily. Comboed on top of the bullet time over the top. Dorado Gaming definitely looking to fight in this 5v5 in that sort of manner. Meanwhile, on the side of Final Boss, they've definitely got a lot more of a hectic one and a little bit more unorthodox on their side.
Yeah, unorthodox, definitely the name of the game, but that's not all too surprising for these guys. Having watched these guys play before, a lot of different teams, especially around this elo range, they typically favor comfort a lot more than maybe the team fight cohesion. I think that's what Final Boss have chosen to go with here, but unfortunately they received the counter pick in all 3 lanes. And now they're really up against it. You've got a Maokai to lock down your Tristana, you've got Darius to run over your Mordekaiser, and the Ahri is going to be pretty much untouched by this play, unless some significant things happen from that Malphite jungle. I think Final Boss are in for a really rough time here, and unfortunately, I think level 6 might come a little bit too late to really turn the tide in this lane.
We'll have to see how Final Boss play this out. If they can overcome these early troubles that they have in lanes, or if they can survive it around enough and sweep the series. Obviously, have to wait and see. Dorado Gaming going to be looking to take us to a game 3 if they can win this one. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you after the spectator delay and when we've loaded onto it for game 2. Well, back everyone. We got. Oh wait, hold
Oh
on.
my
There's
God.
no time to no time to breathe immediately. Puss and Poot's going to be rocket jumping in to start things out here at level 1. But just to get that extra confirmation that we are back and ready to go for game 2. Rue did take the Hex Flash, and it did get the barrier and heal out of Killer Fox immediately. So I'm feeling quite
HP
all right, but
trade,
important. Yeah.
Not feeling too great there in this one. Both of them found a good chunk of HP, and have the Buckler every now and again. Maybe get some of that going back in their favor as mid lane doing roughly what we thought Dari with the early push into the play. Darius is well likely going to get that over Malphite. Only real spot of contention is in this bot lane. Even without the E-Bus Boots able to still play in the early lane phase in their favor, courtesy of getting those extra summoners taken out of the picture for the time being by that very aggressive early play. So next online for the tap. Unfortunately, tap now, it can eating a trade in as well.
Yeah, the charm at max range, definitely not feeling good for Ishan. Going to chunk his health down out a little bit more, but it's doing all right in terms of the farm department. It's still relatively level.
Ops though.
And soon after it comes through, as you mentioned, Efron will have the extra health potion available to them. Hex flash forward from Rue. It's a good twisted advance, and then a knockback under tower. Rue taking quite low. Just a few more auto attacks away, but will eventually, after recall, goes under their bush. And, just a bit too aggressive there on the Poppy from Rue.
Very, very aggressive. Able to just about get that base off, but Puss and Boots um, pretending that they haven't gone to the base or something. I don't even know. Standing up to try and fight this 1v2 right now. Fox just wants to go flash W forwards. I don't see an easy way out of this one. It's probably going to be a flash return. Maybe able to try and buffer it on the Tristana, but ends up not bothering. Ends up being able to stick around. No punish going through just yet. And looks like Beck is literally just based for 2 more pots, ready to go round 2.
Yeah, and we'll have access to that. We'll be a little bit behind in terms of levels, obviously after the recall, so won't have as much experience. But it does give some solo XP over to Buss and Poots. It's not all bad there, all things considered. That being said, junglers will be arriving at the bottom of Scuttle Crab at the same time, knowing that final boss do have this push in the bot lane. Komorebi will just move away, goes to the top half of the map, pick up top Scuttle, and go even in terms of farm.
I'll be honest, not so much about where the...
Zoran stays around, finds out Killer Fox, pulls back, Boots going to flash over the wall, going to try to find the kill onto Killer Fox, gets the reset of the rock jump, one more auto attack is not enough, but will get the second, gets away from tower range. Rocket jumps a 3rd time back over the wall to escape, and first blood goes way of final boss.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it wasn't so much about the bot push, much more about what was happening in mid.
Oh, it's a good charge. Finds stun onto Sunrise. Really well executed by Rue, and Buss and Poots gets a second kill. Sunrise over-aggressing there in the 1v3, more like 1v2. Zoran had recalled, but still, great audacious charge from Rue.
Yeah, you're just not allowed to walk up like that into a bush that can potentially be warded. Just going to heroically charge into that wall. I'm not going to come after you, but you need the ins out, my friend.
Oh, yeah, you know what?
Hoppy's a hero. And Becca is a hero.
You know, sometimes, you know, there many of times have I made small mistakes on that, but like I think the number of times I've called Scion's ult unstoppable force, even though it's unstoppable onslaught, and you know, we'll have access to that at level 6 in this game. It happens, and we move on. But yeah, the names, it's like, if they didn't want me to call them by the different names on accident, why would you name them so similarly, right? It's definitely Riot's fault and not mine there. Absolutely, I don't see why anyone would say that. Either way, Cloud Drake is up and available on the map. Could eventually be taken, especially with both junglers moving to the bottom half of the map. The Hero's heroic charge not quite going to find the stun onto Sunrise, but will take a decent chunk of health down out from Buss and Poots. Does have the BF sword, as you mentioned. They will recall though afterwards.
Yeah, that's just a lot of damage. They can look for this once more, but they have to be careful with this. Oh my god, the flash off cooldown.
The flash forward comes away, trying to find Sunrise, but Rue taking under tower. Komorebi is here. Rue will give that kill over to the jungler of Dorado Gaming. Just a bit too audacious with the heroic charge there, and will give the kill over. Especially important with Drake up. I don't think that Dorado will try for it just yet, but definitely denies any attempt that final boss may have gone for.
Yeah. You say that, they're still looking. Zoran wouldn't surprise me with anything right now. Just takes the crab that was there instead, as he's going to send a sweeper down to the bot side. Sunrise Bloom going to spot out that control ward in the pixel brush. Nothing extra to be spotted, but a little bit of vision can be cleared out. And they are going to go looking once more because throughout all that, Sunrise was still incredibly low, right? He has to take his base once more, even though it did cost Beck their life. It's, I won't say worth it, but it's still enough to guarantee the push in the lane for the time being. Get yourself that Drake, get back into the lane in a reasonable time frame. Is something I wasn't so convinced about was how much this play would be dominating from the Ahri, but it's apparently happening. Like the truckload right now, Efron already forced to flash away.
Hold up. In the top lane, Yicall teleports in aggressively onto the lane. Unstoppable force going to get the flash away from Walk Warlock. Yicall, that teleport straight into the middle of the wave was what I was looking at. I was like, maybe a bit questionable, but with the boots upgrade, with you know, how much armor he has on this Malphite, going to force the flash and the ghost out of Walk Warlock, and will be running the top lane for the foreseeable future.
To some extent, yes. To another extent, still down 23 PS. So, while not the happiest time there for Warlock, still going to be okay in this lane, right? You still have a pretty solid advantage. It's more the fact of you're trying to punish someone who's just TP'd back. You get a reasonable trade. Yikor uses quite a lot of mana there, but at the same time, that was his first base, right? So, as such, hadn't spent all the gold that he got from the 70 CS. Now that he comes back to lane, things going to turn back around in his favor.
And Nicole, though, going to try to push his luck a bit more. Going right at Warlock, but the bleed stacks
He will
getting
drop
up. And the ult drops down onto Yikol. Not quite enough to secure the kill, but will force recall out of Yikol.
Yeah, just a very aggressive trade there from the Malphite. Trying to push that wave under turret, but Warlock not allowing it. Not this time around. Doesn't make sure that Yikor base though before going for the base of his own. Going to be ahead on tempo. Going to get his off first. Going to get back to the wave. Plenty of time to spare, but Yikor able to cheat that one there out. Might be able to push the next one out before looking for the base of his own. Just going to take it early. Makes sense. Don't want to push your luck when you're this low. Oh my god, he's pushing his luck when he's this low.
Yeah, had seen Warlock recall, so will push his luck. Will be able to not be punished for it as well. Recall come back with a few extra items under his belt, but all the while, Komarabi showing up in the bottom lane, potentially looking for a lane gank. But Puss and Boots really a little bit too far away. Instead, opt to recall it in that time frame. Zoran moving to the top half of the map. The grubs are up and alive. Should he try to take them? But instead, the Scuttle Crab is there. We'll clear out things a little bit more. Maybe even look to try to help out Warlock a bit. Unstoppable Force drops down onto Darius. Takes one tower shot. Zoran going to drop an Obliterate down to Warlock in the 2v1. Going to burn him through really quickly. Yikor going to be the one to secure the kill.
Yeah, big kill for the Malphite. Probably would have wanted to give it over to his jungler, but no reason to risk him getting away this time, even without summoners. Just take the kill when it's offered to you, as it's a flash angle once more from Becca.
Yeah, the Hex Flash was within vision in that bush. Killer Fox, though, even though it was the target of the heroic charge, we're gonna instead turn the damage onto Sunrise, take him down to half HP once again. Puss and Poots doing a lot here on this Tristana. 2-0 with the BF sword in the inventory, especially when you get a few charges on that E. Whoever's targeted with it can certainly feel the damage when it comes through.
Oh, absolutely. It is a big bomb strapped to your back. You just can't quite get rid of. Sunrise feeling the pain right now. His turret's soon to feel the pain as well. As one plate going to get taken. Going to be enough to hopefully force the treat.
Comes through, finds its way onto Sunrise, but Puss and Poots is low. Komarabi is arriving, does have access to the ults. Puss and Poots really nowhere to go. Will use the rocket jump to try to get away, but it's not quite far enough. Shutdown goes the way of Komarabi, and Efron has arrived, lands a charge onto Ishan. Sunrise will be the one to pick up the kill there for the side of Dorado Gaming to bring the game back level in terms of kills.
Yeah, I think that looked better in Final Boss of 9, but they didn't quite anticipate the mid-roam courtesy of Efron, and nor did they realize just how close that Wukong was. Ready to tank, already this Triforce Spike now 2-0-1. Amazing start to the game for him, as while the rest of the map isn't doing too great, he's trying to stabilize it all from himself.
And has done a good job at that. Puss and Poots will be coming back with Yintal's Wild Arrows. Meanwhile, Sunrise will get their Bloodthirster on recall, so we'll actually level that up. So in the end, we'll be even in that regard. As things continue on, and luckily Ishan does have access to his first item with the Blackfire Torch, but I don't think Efron has a recall just yet. Ishan just going to flash away preemptively, not going to test his luck with Killer Fox and Komarabi in the vicinity.
Yeah, way too many people in the bot side for there for him to be sticking around.
Audacious Charge comes through, goes on to Sunrise, will eventually be burst down.
Turret.
Buster Shot gets him away from Tower. Rue gets killed. A second rocket jump away, not very far. And with Komarabi nearby, it's going to be an easy secure for the Wukong. Efron will be sent to Brazil, however, in this 1v1, won't have anywhere to go. Flashing away from Zoran, and so will buy the space he needs. Zoran now in the middle of everyone when he comes out of the Death Realm. Killer Fox will be the one to secure it for the side of Dorado Gaming, with Dragon up and available for them.
It's another roam down from the Ahri that causes another numbers mismatch Final boss, they play so aggressive in this bot side, and sure, Bus and Boots, he's getting pretty strong out of it. But unfortunately for him, the rest of the map is getting a bit stronger, just a little bit quicker. It's another negative play. Final boss give up this time around. I believe a 3-for-1 overall, able to just about get the misfortune while everyone else on their side falls down. Top lane, pretty stable, all things considered. You just need to have a solid aggressive match. You don't need to be making as many aggressive plays as you're looking for right now. Because look at what Yikor is doing to this Darius. Poor guy.
Yeah, it does have the Bramble Vest available, denies the healing that Darius has in Alien's Gate, and we'll be looking for a solo kill with the Unstoppable Force. Yikor solo killing Walk Warlock on the Malphite. That flex from the Malphite to the top lane, working in wonders for Yikor.
And that's exactly what you want to see from a Malphite into a Darius. We said during the break this wasn't that much of a, it's more like a nullifying matchup, but when you're this far ahead, it suddenly turns into a proper counter, a bona fide Darius killer in this phase of the game, especially set on him.
Sunrise going to be isolated. Nature's Grasp comes through, drops the bullet time on top of Bus and Poots. Twisted Advance comes forward. It's a good cue to stop the R from Rue, and that sets up Sunrise for a kill onto Bus and Poots. 2v2 kill goes the way of Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, the jump into the bullet time just miscalculated there from Bus and Poots again. Trying to be a bit too aggressive on the wrong timer right now. This is Misfortune's humongous spike for the game. The Bloodthirster is a huge one. I
charge heroically into Sunrise. Needs one more auto attack. Won't get it. Sunrise picking up their 4th of the game. Off of Rue's options go in.
Yeah, if you wait another 10 seconds, maybe there's an angle for it, but that's just not it this time around. The value of this early game Poppy with the Halo Blades, with the Ignite, only really works if you're going to look for those very aggressive angles, but you have to have your Ignite if you're going to try and finish off the kill like that. Instead, free donation handed over once more, and now Sunrise really starting to stretch his lead to the bot lane.
Yeah, and with getting all that much closer to the collector, the inventory of Sunrise would help out quite a bit in their efforts to send us to a game 3. But a dive comes through once again. Yikor gets his 3rd kill of the game unanswered onto Walk Warlock, but all the while Ishan in the mid lane would be quickly burst down by Efron, making a 1-3-1 trade across the map.
Yeah, and I think it's much more important for Final Boss right now to try and cover these plays instead of making the plays of their own. Because look at who you're making the play for, right? You're making the play for a Malphite. At the end of the day, no one really cares if he has an extra cloth armor in his inventory. But what would you care about? An extra amp tome in the inventory of Efron. An extra longsword in Komorabi's. Anything that gets these guys a little bit more fed, a little bit more damage to deal onto this front line who isn't great at dealing with the AP, isn't great at dealing when the armor gets reduced. That's what I'm really scared for right now. And the playmaking for Dorado is huge through the mid jungle. Trying to make these plays on top side is nice, but the Darius further and further behind. But it comes to a point where he just doesn't care anymore.
Yeah, and in which Dorado Gaming will try to push their advantage even further. They pick up the Rift Herald, will be a way to open up the map a bit more, especially as there aren't a lot of plates left here in the mid lane. The ult to clear the wave comes through from Sunrise, but the dive now attempted onto the Misfortune. Buster Shot comes through. Will it be enough? Sunrise secures the kill. The Ignite drops down, gives the kill over to Bus and Poots, actually. Even though I must have been is the only thing I could think that claimed that. So it will be the 1-for-1 trade, and luckily it does go the way of ADC of Final Boss, but Rue taking really low, Komorabi and Killer Fox
aggressive
in the area.
once more though, isn't it? It's just incredibly aggressive. I get it to some extent. Like with the Poppy, Halo Blaze and Ignite, as we said, like you do have to be aggressive, but maybe not that aggressive. Especially when you've already missed the hit into the turret. If you get the stun, then we can start talking, but in that Sunrise, getting dope, but now has a second item with a crit cloak, just getting incredibly far advanced into this game at the same time as Bus and Poots. But I think overall, MF might matter a little bit more. We'll see if that does come to fruition, because I mean, Bus and Poots we saw in game 1 how important they can be when they're incredibly strong. We're just going to keep on fighting to get Poppy. You know what, screw it.
Yeah, and the stun drops down onto Komorebi, who will be sent to the Death Realm. Won't have the help of Sunrai or Killer Fox. Teleport from Efron comes through, finds a charm onto Rue, gets the Poppy really low. Won't quite find the kill in the end. Zoran gets a kill onto Komorebi, comes back out of the Death Realm. Yukol creating a ton of space for final boss, especially important as the Drake spawns in the next 15 seconds. No jungler for Dorado Gaming means this one is almost certainly going the way of final boss.
Should do indeed. They do make sure they catch the mid wave as well, giving Yikor one who's sent down to deal with that. Going to take the cannon. No extra qualms on that one. Drake just not spawning now, and no extra contest here from Dorado. They've realised this one here is already done and dealt with. I'm just going to accept that, making sure he can make safely into the pit.
And so, final boss pick up their second Drake of the game, stacking towards the soul. Not going to be nearly as effective this time around, but it is the ocean map, one that is really good at keeping you healthy, one that definitely think Zoran could use quite effectively, same as Ishan, especially, probably even more so, especially at range. Will be coming through. So let's wait and see if the next Drake, obviously being the Soul Point 1, does come through in favor of final boss, but that will be the next 4 minutes or so. Before then, the Baron will be coming up for you. Puss and Poots apparently has access to the Buster Shot, and will be able to yeet away.
It's so expensive though. Like that's just way too far forward to be. It costs both your role and your support to make sure that you don't randomly die on a mid wave that you're just not meant to be walking up on. Puss and Poots is playing this so aggressively right now, and like, to some extent, I get it. You want to be fed. I get that, but there comes a time where it's just not the right play. It comes at way too much of a cost. And right now, I mean, it's not having a massive cost against them, but the rest of the map is going to soon feel Sunrise wrath.
And luckily, aren't really any neutral objectives up on the map to truly fight. Over that being said, Unstoppable Force drops down onto Killer Fox, who will flash away. The collapse from Efron will be blocked out by the cannon minion on the charm. Could have been potentially dangerous, won't quite find it there. Zoran now in between Clock, Warlock, and Komorebi. Killer Fox also arriving down, will have nowhere to go. Noxian Guillotine will be dropped by Walk Warlock onto Zoran, and yeah, that is indeed a very valid question for Zoran. What was he doing there?
I'm getting a bit more confused by the second one. The more I look at this game, the less things are making sense right now. Just on vision, walking up to the enemy red buff who just got taken in your face, unable to contest it, unable to escape, no flash either to even like think of flashing over the wall into the pit. Just a death, guaranteed every day there for Zoran. Way too aggressive, unfortunately. And now the rest of the side can be punished, as that's going to be a Rick Herald drop in mid.
You know, Zoran in questionable things will be going for the Dust and Dawn as that second item. Obviously will allow you to get your passive stacked up a lot quicker. You drop an Obliterate and then an auto attack would secure it. Definitely probably expect to see the Rift Maker as a second item a bit more often there for the Mordekaiser, but going for, yeah, odd choice. I don't know. Thoughts on that?
Top and jungle build. Jungle build typically a lot of champions build a little more aggressively. In the jungles, you have a lot of different ways of sustaining, right? Instead of needing necessarily have that sustain come through your items, you can sometimes get around it by being a bit more aggressive, but it's a bit of a player's choice as well, right? So this time around, choosing to go that much more aggressive option. We've seen the rest of his team happy to follow with very aggressive options in this game. He's happy to follow suit.
So hopefully be able to find a target a lot more quickly in these fights, especially with the ability to send someone to the death round and isolate them in a 1v1. Probably want that to happen a little bit before objectives are being contested. Obviously, when you send yourself to the death realm, it does take away your smite as well. Pull back onto Komorebi, who's found out, weaves the Cyclone to try to peel himself away, but everyone on the side of final boss is here to be able to get the kill onto the jungler of Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, at least from the jungle point of view, he got the blue buff on the way out the door, but it's the kind of phase of the game where even without that mid tier 1, which is now going to go falling by the wayside, it's dangerous to be walking in your own jungle with no protection. If you have players on mid, then it's a very different story. But when you're giving up the mid wave, everyone's off tempo, everyone's based, in the fountain, you can't be the one walking up there. And unfortunately, Komarovi pays the price, walking onto his blue buff in a great time found there by Final Boss. Get a very solid punish. About 50 seconds before this Drake, he's going to be respawning. He's going to be fine in terms of getting down here, but a lot of his counters did just get taxed.
Yeah, and with that, there is an angle. Oh, Charm not quite going to find its way onto Zoran. But with that extra
That's
tempo,
a TP.
did give, oh, that's a really deep TP from Yikal. Does come through. As mentioned, his Malphite is very tanky. Will continue to walk forward. Charm finds its way onto Root. Takes about a fifth of her health down. But won't collapse on that just yet. Final Boss retake positioning of the river. We'll be able to get the Scuttle Crab as well. Important since the Drake is spawning now in less than 10 seconds. I don't think either team will fully commit to it without a fight. Yikal pulled back
just
by
walking out
Warlock. Yikal just doesn't care and uses the unstoppable force for it on Sunrise, who's immediately sent to the death realm.
Nice, Ari.
Burnt down by
Oh,
Zoran,
good.
and the flank from Ari is not nearly enough room. Stops the flank, cuts things down. Boots and Boots going to pick up the third kill of the fight for Final Boss. And instead of the Drake, they're going to turn their eyes to the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, Dorado, it feels like they're just scared of the engage coming, right? If they can feel it, they know that Yikor is eventually going to press the button, and when it comes, they're still not able to respond, right? They're just walking back, walking back, walking back. Oh, we found ourselves stuck up against the wall. Don't have flash on our misfortune. Death every day of the week there, and Yikor just literally walked at him repeatedly. The first time round, going from the top side, forcing them away. They disengage, they get the mid wave, and then they come back once more. Final Boss walk into that mid wave the second time around, and there's just nothing really to be done. Dorado, they have to be the one to find and engage, but when you let the Malphite come onto you, you start the fight on the back foot, and the only way back in was through that Ari. Efron had a really nice angle back with an amazing turn, getting the charge into the wall, completely nullified what the Ari wanted to do. It had to be an instant flash away there from Efron if they wanted to continue that fight, but didn't quite have it this time around. As such, Final Boss pick up a huge fight.
It will still be a while before Sunrise gets his flash back up. So it'll be a target on the back of this misfortune, especially as Yikal has access to the unstoppable force once again. But really won't even care about that. Is 2 levels up over Walk Warlock. Doesn't even care about the wave. Just walks aggressively at whoever he just stares at and doesn't care at this point.
He walked menacingly, doesn't he? He has a menacing
look,
walk.
He just walks up now to Komarevi, who leaves a blast comes off away, busts and boots. Use that rocket jump to eventually collapse down, but I mean, the threat of the unstoppable force going forward is just so much that Dorado gave an animal, they just can't do any damage back to him.
And this is the issue of when that Malphite does get ahead in the 1 versus 1 up against the champion that spikes as early as Darius does, right? We were talking earlier about the fact this is a much better matchup in the top side for Final Boss than it would have been if it was the Mordekaiser. Warlock basically unable to do anything right now. Not even turning up, looking for his front. Instead of looking at the top side, finally turns up to flash away. But
There's so much damage to Walk Warlock without much in return. Yeah, in the 2v1. Will flash over the wall all the while. Killer Fox taking down to half HP. Sunrise also forced to retreat. Does open up space. Pull back onto Killer Fox. Goes forward. Won't be sent to the death realm by Zoran. We'll just hold on to that cooldown for a little bit longer. Nothing quite on the map for the next 3 minutes. There's just going to be continued push for Final Boss and continuing to put Dorado Gaming further back on their heels, especially as this mid lane tier 2 goes down.
Continued aggression from the Final Boss side. Take that advantage where they get them. Baron falling off about 30 seconds or so. Not many ways more to use with it now. Maybe 1 or 2 towards the outer lane. Going to keep on that aggression if they can, but they have to be careful on the top side because there's a lot of people running up towards Eagle, who is himself flashless, but Efron on the other side of things
now
has to be equally careful.
Does have the Spirit Rush, does have the Flash. Is the engage went on to him, but instead we'll just concede over the top lane tier 2, or top lane bot lane tier 2. While the 4 members sent to the top lane tier 2, it keeps it alive, but they don't get much else.
Now comes the phase of the game where it's going to stall out a little bit, right? Dorado, they don't need to fight this next break. 2-2. Because the Baron trade for it, they don't have to fight this. They have about 6 or 7 more minutes before the fights really start coming, they have to absolutely take every single time. They have plenty now to just scale. Plenty of space, plenty of opportunities. Your jungle's going to get starved a little bit right now. It's going to be very difficult to clear out those camps. You don't have a mid or bot tier 2 turret. But your topside camps are somewhat defendable. And the rest of the wave, they're just going to keep coming at you, right? Final boss going to keep pushing them in. Don't need to test this next break. Just keep clearing out those waves and try to mitigate any of these plays that Final Boss want to make. If they want to make a play in the side lane, that's where you need the numbers. They're looking for you collapse on you mid because you're walking too far away from your tier 3 turret, then that's where you need to be. If you have numbers, you can probably take a fight right now, even with this goal disadvantage. You just can't be taking a fight with numbers disadvantage at all.
Which they would have a bit of trouble to be able to find on the side of Dorado Gaming. Obviously, there's mentioned we're in a bit of a sleeper portion of the game. Of course, I would say that Rue going to try to collapse on Killer Fox. We'll get the heroic charge. Killer Fox in trouble. Bullet time over the top won't even matter. Does only tickles Yeecall, and the unstoppable force takes Sunrise down to half HP.
That's a
but
good fight.
Boost will have to flash away. This could maybe be the angle that they look for on the side of Dorado Gaming, but Yeecall is just a bit too big to really handle. So it's a valiant attempt from Dorado Gaming to try to fight back. They won't find any kills. They'll lose a lot of their health bars in the process. And with the Drake spawning in 15 seconds, it'll be a monumentous effort for them to be able to try to take it.
They weren't contesting this one anyway, though. This is absolutely fine for Dorado, right? You just waste a little bit of time. You're still able to catch these waves. You don't need to be aggressive in pushing out mid right now. Just catch your side waves, keep farming up CS, keep farming up, get stronger and stronger. Your scaling is pretty solid, right? Top lane, we can debate it, but everyone else, the Wukong scales amazingly into games such as this. Misfortune just keeps on climbing, and your Ahri as well going to have a great time. Just don't take a fight you don't need to take right now, and if you get caught on mid-wave, that's on you.
And Yeecall definitely looking for it. Heroic charge drops its way into Killer Fox. Severing Bolt going to push him down a little bit lower. Going to be sent to the death realm by Zoran, in which there will be no hope for this Maokai. Too far away from the rest of his team in the death realm in Brazil. Zoran going to secure the kill. Get them a numbers advantage here in the mid lane. It's not exactly the easiest time for Dorado Gaming to be able to fight back. Pull back and hands its way onto Walk Warlock. Severing Bolt drops down, hits him once again, and chunks out Dorado Gaming a little bit more, but all the while in the top lane is really where the big focus is. Listen, Poot's going to be taking down yet another tower in favor of Final Boss.
Plenty of time to just keep on pushing. Walk off mid-wave like that, you're going to get punished in a situation like this. You just can't afford to really leave your base right now. You have to be a turtle. You just have to hope that you have the scale, right? Whether you're kidding yourself or otherwise, you have to keep saying, we outscale, we don't win fights like this right now. We need to find a fight with numbers. We can get these shutdowns off the board. We can get our carries more fed than they are right now. Because, I mean, as things stand, in mid, it's a full Rabadon up against the Seeker's Arm Guard, effectively. It's not even a fight, right? Ishan does a disgusting amount of damage. And it's going to really deter anyone from entering on Dorado. In bot lane, all these crazy angles that Buster Poots was finding earlier, they're coming through right now because while Sunray also got fed off them, he's not quite as strong as Buster Poots is on that 4.5 IQ spike on the Tristana. It feels like right now Final Boss have this one to lose. The only way they can is if they somehow let the fight happen that they shouldn't be letting happen. And they can keep finding picks like this as well.
Onto Killer Fox, who's gone too far forward. The Tristana, I mean, Yeecall going to use the ult onto him and will secure the kill. It may be a little bit overkill from the top laner of Final Boss, but it won't matter to go the way of Final Boss. They turn their attention to the Baron once more, and it's only Komarabi, Efron, and Sunrise left alive. There's no bullet time on the Misfortune either. Do have the smite. Rue is kind of low, but they will just give it over to Final Boss. Get them the big purple one. Komarabi still in the area. May have been a bit too far forward. Yeecall now pressing forward. Level 18, 4 levels up over the jungler of Dorado Gaming, who was able to get out with the Cyclone. But all the while, 2 towers go the way of Dorado Gaming. They will pick up those objective bounties. Will come at the cost of Sunrise, given 300 gold over, though.
390 actually, a bit more than I thought it would be. But on the top side, you have numbers. Can you ever kill this Malphite? This is your time, and he doesn't have ulti. He does have flash.
will use it to get out of the wall. Efron does have Spirit Rush, does land the charm as well. Yicall now taking quite
Doesn't
low.
have much MR.
It requires a lot from Dorado Gaming to secure the kill, but they do. They get the shutdown and their first kill onto Yicall for the first time this game. It also finds its way onto Efron, importantly.
Yeah, and that's exactly who you want to get that gold, right? That's now an initially large rod into his inventory beyond that Zhonya's that he already had. This is kind of the only way you can let Dorado back into this game. I'm just going to go with the Viking Duel. They're going for a bit more of the MR option. Just trying to get through as many of these tanky health bars as you see on the other side of things. Becca right now incredibly strong in their own right, looking towards a Force of Nature third. Just going to get incredibly tanky with these slightly more expensive tank items that you get to have on these little more fun supports. I like to call them, like the Bard. You go Dead Man's Plate instead of the boring stuff like the Locket. It is also in their inventory.
Yeah, and does also give you a lot of move speed to be able to find these hero charges. Zoran spotted out a little bit, but bullet time drops over the top, spaces things out, but Zoran sends Komorebi to the death realm before the damage can truly come through. Onto this Mordekaiser, bonks down. Zoran's on a rampage, but in the middle of every member of Dorado Gaming, but he's just too tanky. Double kill for Buss and Poots. Will look to press forward even farther. Charm lands its way onto Buss and Poots, but it won't matter. The ace goes the way of final boss. They have a push in the mid lane. There's no one left for Dorado to be able to stop the onslaught of the final boss to pick up their first ever series win in their first ever appearance in the Blue Otter Premier League.
Amazing performance by final boss and a great start to their Blue Otter Premier life, as you're saying. Unfortunately for Dorado, not able to stay the same this season. They've been historic org in NA, but they have just been struggling today. Really find their footing. Final boss completely running them off the rift. And that's where we have the leadings for today after a 6-game slate yesterday, just the 4 today.
Yeah, and especially in emphatic fashion for our 2 winners today. So congratulations to Final Boss on their victory. Good start to their lives in Blue Otter Premier League, as well as Elysium earlier on that one. But that will be it from us here in the Blue Otter Premier League. I've been Isaac. Alongside me has been Rue. Running things behind the scenes has been Cecilius and their team on production. So from everyone at the Blue Otter League, thank you for tuning in, and we hope you have a good rest of your day.
強く強く輝いて消えた